Bill Gates said, "I will always choose a lazy person to do a difficult job because a lazy person will find an easy way to do it." What's a real life example of this? There's a repo on GitHub containing code based on scripts that were used by a tech employee that his coworkers discovered after he left the company. Here's a summary of his shenanigans. Edit. Repo code is based on the story, not actually from this person. Okay, so, our build engineer has left for another company. The dude was literally living inside the terminal. You know, that type of a guy who loves Vim, creates diagrams in Dot, and writes wiki posts in Markdown. If something, anything, requires more than 90 seconds of his time, he writes a script to automate that. .xxx. So we are sitting here, looking through his legacy xxx. You're gonna love this xxx. Smack my beach up punch. Sends a text message late at work to his wife, apparently. Automatically picks reasons from an array of strings, randomly. Runs inside a cron job. The job fires if there are active SSH sessions on the server after 9 PM with his login. .xxx. Kumara as whole punch. Scans the inbox for emails from Kumara DBA at our clients. Look for keywords like help, trouble, sorry, etc. If keywords are found, the script shares into the client server and rolls back the staging database to the latest backup. Then sends a reply, "No worries mate, be careful next time." .xxx. Hangover punch. Another cron job that is set to specific dates. Send automated emails like "not feeling well" / "gonna work from home" etc. Adds a random reason from another predefined array of strings. Fires if there are no interactive sessions on the server at 8:45 AM. XXX. And the Oscar goes to faking coffee punch. This one waits exactly 17 seconds, then opens a telnet session to our coffee machine. We had no freaking idea the coffee machine is on the network, runs Linux and has a TCP socket up and running, and sends something like size brew. Turns out this thing starts brewing a mid-sized half-calf latte and waits another 24 seconds before pouring it into a cup. The timing is exactly how long it takes to walk to the machine from the dude's desk. .xxx. Holy shit, I'm keeping those. I don't know if this is a true story, but kind of fits your request. There was a manufacturing plant that made toothpaste. One year for some reason there ended up being an unusually high number of empty boxes being shipped out. So in order to stop that from happening, the head of the company hired a couple engineers to develop a system to catch any empty boxes so they didn't get shipped with the boxes that actually had the toothpaste tubes in them. The engineers developed a system that, if the box weighed below a certain amount, the system would stop and a worker would have to go remove the box and start everything up again. The person in charge loved the idea and implemented it immediately. And right from the get-go the number of empty boxes shipped dropped to near zero. The head of the company wanted to go see the system in action, so he goes and visits the plant one day and notices a huge fan right by the assembly line. Very confused as it wasn't hot, he asked the plant manager why the fan was there. The plant manager said the workers were tired of stopping what they were doing to remove an empty box, so they just hooked up a fan to blow the empty boxes off the scale before the system recognized it was empty and shut everything off. So laziness led to a more efficient and cost-effective plan. One of my favorite stories from my youth was the tale of the man who was too lazy to fail. I got fed up with handwriting itemized suborders at work, so I set up a spreadsheet that you can just fill out. Then I got tired of having more than one program open and not being able to search within those order sheets, at least not automatically or easily, so I'm having our FileMaker guy integrate it into our greater ordering invoicing system. I was frustrated at the pointlessness of sorting a giant pile of paper invoices from an unpaid stack to a paid stack every month, so I just used the accounting software to keep track. I became so irritated with having to fill out a multi-page printed spreadsheet for every single order, sometimes just one item, 2 pages in, and frequently, there would be those pesky itemized suborders that I condensed the items into most used, put them all on one easy to read sheet, and encouraged my coworker to simply write out the more uncommon items at the bottom. Basically, I hate busy work, and paper invariably leads to busy work. I have tried to reduce the use of paper in our office, but have not been entirely successful. We have to have written order forms available, because sometimes the orders are coming in too fast to be able to type it all quickly correctly, and have to keep some paper records for things like organic, FDA, and Lister audits. But all in all, I'd say my absolute hatred of filing has reduced busy work here by at least half. Worked in a local adult education center. One of my main tasks was to make calculations about how many people enlisted for a course, how many of them got discounts, unemployeds for instance, how many men/women/age etc. That was needed to calculate upcoming courses fees etc. That was my only work there, and I hated it. This was in the early 90s, so PCs were a thing in our offices, but I had no idea how to write a program or use a database to use this information. Lucky as I am, our center had an interesting policy. When you want to educate yourself, you can attend that class for free. And when it's during the work time, then this is work time, as long as my supervisor is okay with that. She was. So I spent 3 months studying database structures, scripting, coding etc. I told my tutor what I wanna do, and he helped me to write a script that grabs all necessary information from the course's database, copy that into another database, and then I went crazy and wrote code that was insane. I implemented what if scenarios thanks to filters. At the end I was able to do my work, which needed 6 hours a day, within 15 minutes. I mean, before that it took for instance an hour to have all the necessary information, to have a how many unemployed single parent women does it need to make the costs of that course even. I had everything back then. Now you want statistics on how many single parent disabled foreign women at the age of 80 to 90 are needed for the next 2 years to keep the ornithology course running? Sure, no problem. Clickety-click, done. After that, I started the PC in the morning, grabbed all the data, ran my script, was done within 15 minutes, and then read the book I brought from home. At the end of the day I gave my supervisor several dozens of papers, statistics, predictions etc. and said that was a lot of work, and went home. My supervisor was super happy with me, because I did so much more now and was super effective. My boss put my name in for leading a project group shortly after I joined the company. I had no experience whatsoever about project managing, yet he still demanded that I lead the group of 12 people. Always smarter guys, tech background and sheet. These guys are like magicians for me, and with way more time at the company. I'm a business guy who's too dumb for balance sheets. That's why I'm in ours, and because I quite like the field the most. So we started the first meeting. I asked for everyone's plan, experience, and ideas, gathered the different pros and cons, cross-checked with the budget we had, put on a time frame with milestones to reach, around 6 months, and put in valuable people to consult at different steps. Why did I do that? Because I like organizing stuff and keeping everyone on the same page, and delegate to-dos got promoted because of the success of the project. I asked my boss why he put me in for it, since I never done anything like that. He said because I complained in the first week that most of the work has way too wonky structure, no clear guideline, and this could be improved heavily if we just take some time into it. And because I hated talking to others if I had questions and I wouldn't get a clear answer, like ask 10 people the same question and you get 15 different answers. In the long run this would make us way more efficient and keep everyone on the same page. All because I hated disorganized work. I was once set to test a certain piece of equipment on a ship. The test involved attaching the unit to a reader, then running loads of command line commands. Then, one would have to make a copy of all the text, copy it into Word, and save it as a real crappy looking report. There were hundreds of units, and they needed to be tested several times a year. We did about 20 to 30 a day. It would take several weeks to finish. I didn't know coding at the time, but always wanted to learn it. Within 2 months, I had made a program, even with the GUI, to spot faults with ease, instead of having to actually read the reports. The program could read 3 units at a time and would automatically create a smooth PDF report and save it on our server, named with serial number and 8. The job was now to attach 3 units, then wait for about 3 minutes, detach and attach new ones. Basically 30 seconds work, 3 minutes break. I could now test all units in a day, though I would typically spread it out over a couple more days. When I left the company, I left the program on the test computer. I got an email from an ex-colleague a few months later, saying they were using the program on several ships now. There wasn't any manual for the program, of course, but it was so straightforward that it wasn't needed. I worked for the state doing data entry of a sort. We got scans of forms that people had filled out, and we had to go through and make sure the numbers that the computer had pulled from the scan matched what was written. Since it wasn't entirely accurate points, so the software we used showed us all the scanned documents and overlaid fields right next to any point where the scanner found numbers with the number the machine determined was written already in the field. The job was essentially looking at each field and making sure the number right next to it was the same. If it wasn't, fix it. We didn't fuck with any of the text. It was just the numbers point now. These scans included all of the paperwork submitted by each person, including like a dozen pages with no data whatsoever. It was just the beginning of the document that the person read before they filled out the actual forms and stuff. There was also a section just after the middle that was several more pages of information for the person. My trainer showed me how to do all this. He accepted a new document from the queue and pressed the down arrow key to scroll through the beginning section until he got to the first field. He made sure the numbers matched and repeated this process for several minutes before excusing himself and telling me I could come grab him if I had any questions. I sat down at the computer and took a look around the room. Literally every screen I could see from where I was sitting, people were actively scrolling. Some were using mouse wheel, most used the down arrow point. I accepted a new document from the queue, and I pushed the tab button. The program instantly brought me to the first field a dozen pages down. I smirked to myself, compared the field to the written text, and repeated that process instead. I did go back and scroll through that first document to ensure I hadn't missed anything due to a goof in the software or anything like that. Near the end of my second day, I was called into my boss's office and asked what I'd been doing the past 2 days. Turns out, as of day 2, I was churning through 5 or 6 times the amount of documents a day compared to people who'd been working there for years. My boss assumed I was just clicking through new documents without doing any work and was very much acting like he had caught me red-handed. I asked if they reviewed the documents I finished to ensure that I'd done the work. He replied that they hadn't, but it was obviously impossible to go through that many pages in the time it took me to do it. I told him that I knew for a fact that if he went through any of my work, he'd see everything was fine. He pulled one of my finished documents at random and spent several minutes scrolling through it, shaking his head to himself, staring daggers at the screen. He admitted that this document was fine, but it would take hours for his assistant manager to review all my work. Can I show you something? Could you please pull up another random document of mine? He rolled his eyes, but he did it. I stood up from my chair, came around the desk, and I hit the tab. He was looking at the screen like it was witchcraft. I showed him the field matched and tabbed my way through the rest of the fields, confirming the rest of the numbers as I did. I finished reviewing the whole document with him in less than a minute point. He asked me if my trainer showed me that. I replied that he hadn't, but it was a universal keyboard shortcut that I'd been using since the early 90s. This happened in 2013, by the way. He just looked at me for a bit and then said he had to talk to his assistant manager about the whole thing before asking me to go back to work. Later, I'm heading out at the end of the day when my boss asks me to come over to his office. He fired me for not taking the job seriously and potentially causing delays to taxpayers due to inaccuracies. I actually laughed at him after he got done with his spiel, and that's the story of how I managed to flummox several state employees with a highly controversial use of the tab button. Still blows my mind. Back in my consulting days working at an MSP, we had a client with about 180 users who needed new PCs prepped and ready to go for a round of new hires when they were expanding their workforce. They were adding 40 employees and thus needed 40 workstations prepped. I was assigned the ticket and my boss quoted them 80 hours of work, 2H per PC. The standard procedure my boss had set up back then was a 3-page checklist to run through for each PC, what software was needed for which group, reminders for installing updates, since Dell workstations out of the box aren't always current with updates, and more. Basically it was a terribly long arduous manual approach to Windows deployment points, so instead of following the standard procedure, I decided I was going to automate it all. The first 2 days unboxed one PC, prepped it with all the basic items needed for all workstations, and then cloned it to another PC. Day 3 I built off of the first image I created, which had some more specialized software for a specific subgroup of these new hires. Once that was complete, I was ready to deploy. I configured the WDS, Windows Deployment Server, role and had everything ready to go. I brought in a 24-port switch, hooked all PCs up for 2 rounds of 20 deployments, and on day 4, by lunch, I had all workstations complete. All the while my bosses kept checking in to see what was up and why I only had 2 PCs prepped as of the end of day 3. After lunch on day 4, I called to check in and informed them the job was complete. Their response was to have me just hang out at the client's office for the next week or so, which gave me a decent amount of downtime back then to work on things I wanted to. One of my favorite stories, and please forgive my lack of details as I'm not a Southwestern expert. My buddy who is the star of this story was my roommate in college, and was the kind of guy that kept a cane by his bed and hung beads from the ceiling fan so he could adjust without getting up. He worked in a software role at a finance company. As I understand it, he did a lot of data mining, where he would be given large amounts of data in different databases and had to turn this data into usable information in a few different reports. He had enough work to keep him busy for 8 hours a day, but my buddy, being very good at Southwestern, was able to write a program that automated about 95% of his job. He wrote this software on his own time and was in compliance with all his directions when installing it on the computer. When he would come in to work in the morning, he would go to his 30-minute meeting, return to his office, and start the Southwestern. He would then spend the next 7 hours reading a book, and at the end of the day do a quick review of the reports and send them out. He did this for about a year and got great reviews at work. Everyone was happy with his performance. When it was time for him to move on to another job, better pay, more interesting, and as he said, I can only read so many books, he told his bosses about this program and offered to sell it the company so they did not need to hire a replacement. His offer was $25K, which is quite reasonable since his salary was more than double that. The company, thinking they were smart, figured the Southwestern was already on the computer and he had showed them how it worked. They would just end his employment on that day and take it for free. What his company didn't know is my friend doesn't trust people and built into the software that once a month he had to enter some password or the Southwestern would shut down. About 3 weeks after they let him go, they called offering him $25K for the password, but at this point he was pissed and countered with $50K. After some back and forth, I think they settled on $40K. Nice payday for him. This one is a classic, late to the party, but this one is too good to pass up. I was once on a US military ship, having breakfast in the wardroom, officer's lounge, when the operations officer, ops, walks in. This guy was the definition of not a morning person. He's still half asleep, bleary-eyed, basically a zombie with a badge. He sits down across from me to eat his badge and is just barely conscious. My back is to the outboard side of the ship, and the morning sun is blazing in one of the portholes, putting a big bright ass circle of light right on his barely conscious face. He's squinting and chewing, and basically just remembering how to be alive for today. It's painful to watch. But then zombie ops stops chewing, slowly picks up the phone, and dials the bridge. In his well-known "I'm still totally asleep" voice, he says, "Hey, it's ops. Could you shift our barbart? Yeah, 165. Thanks," and puts the phone down. And then he just sits there, squinting, waiting. And then, ever so slowly, I realize that that big blazing spot of sun has begun to slide off the zombie's face and onto the wall behind him. After a moment it clears his face, and he blinks slowly a few times, and the brilliant beauty of what I've just witnessed begins to overwhelm me. By ordering the bridge to adjust the ship's back and forth patrol by about 15 degrees, he's changed our course just enough to reposition the sun off of his face. He's literally just redirected thousands of tons of steel and hundreds of people so that he could get the sun out of his eyes while he eats his bagel. I'm an awe. He slowly picks up his bagel, and for a moment I'm terrified at the thought that his own genius may escape him, that he may never appreciate the epic brilliance of his laziness, since he's not going to wake up for another hour. But between his next bites he pauses, looks at me, and gives me the faintest sly grin, before returning to gnaw slowly on his zombie bagel. I have two. My unit once partnered with a jail system that had thousands of incoming inmates per month. Most were only in for a matter of hours or a couple days. The jail asked for help in compiling data on arrestees monthly, mainly demographic stuff. I told my boss that the job would take a few days, and I volunteered as long as I could telecommute for that time. He agreed, and when I got home I'd do a pivot table and the whole thing would be done in a matter of minutes. I'd get 3 days of vacation at the end of every month. The next was a friend of mine. We'll call him Jeff. Jeff was an engineer in a small town for the power and water company there. Jeff's only job was to walk a dirt path to the water reservoir and read the dials and document the readings. He made $100K a year to walk the mile in and the mile out every day, minus weekends. He eventually bought a second home in town. When I asked why, he showed me. From the kitchen window in the house, you could see the reservoir gauges. He set up some electric telescope connected to a laptop that gave a live feed that he was able to access from his home. He'd wake up every morning, document the readings, and his day was done. He'd leave town and still be able to do his job. Way back in the dark ages, early 1980s, I went to work for a company managing overnight batch processing. I worked alone, and my job was to stay there until the jobs were completed successfully. The jobs had about a 50% failure rate when I started, and when rerunning them, you started from scratch. So in the beginning there were many nights that I worked 10, 12, 14, 16-18 hours troubleshooting and rerunning the jobs. This was an arcane and archaic system even for that time, any data point fossils in the house, but I nonetheless started cracking into the code, teaching myself the programming language, database, and trying to create permanent fixes for the recurring issues. After about a year the job failure rate was 1% and the nightly processing went from taking 6 to 8 hours, if there were no failures, down to 2 to 3 hours. I finally went to my boss and said, look, I've made some improvements to the code and the failure rate is low and I'm only working 2 to 4 hours a night, and I didn't want to feel like I was ripping you off. He said, hey, no worries at all. We pay you to accomplish a task and you found the best way to do that, so keep on going. I was a salaried employee, so I kept working and getting full-time pay for half-time work. One day he asked me to come into his office, which he never did, and I figured he was tired of overpaying me. He sits me down and says, hey, how would you like the newly created daytime role of data services manager with a glass-walled office looking into the data center? I was very interested and flattered, but at the time I was going to school full-time during the daylight hours, so I couldn't do both. He says, no worries, we'll work around your college schedule if you take 15 hours or less, and that it might take me longer to graduate, but I'd be getting more money plus valuable management experience to boot. Keep in mind I was an early 20s nobody who had managed nothing at that point. The prospect of working days, wearing a suit and tie, and managing people did not appeal to me, so I politely declined. He said, well, let me sweeten the offer. We're eliminating your overpass job because you've made it virtually automatic, and we can live with the few times it fails, and we'll deal with it the next day. So the offer was moved to the daytime manager's job or hit the bricks. So I took the job and never looked back, and have been in it my entire career. And it all started because I was lazy and reasonably smart, which makes me perfect for technology. Moth-faking Akira Toriyama, credited as the father of modern shonen and the creator of Dragon Ball and Son Goku. He is probably the most legendarily lazy manga author in the world. His laziness is the stuff of legend. He didn't like drawing Goku traveling, so he created the flying cloud, Nimbus, to take him places. Then he just began making him fly places. Easier to draw. The Super Saiyan transformation is blonde because coloring in Goku's hair in the manga took too long, and if he turned blonde then he could leave it white. He comes up with names that are easily associated to remember. For example, the Saiyans have a vegetable theme. Kakarot, carrot, Broly, broccoli, Vegeta, vegetable, King Vegeta, King Vegetable, and they come from the planet Sardal, salad. Frieza minions are named after stuff found in the freezes like Zorbit. Never forget the brothers Avo and Kado. The gods of destruction have an alcohol theme after a misunderstanding regarding Beerus' name. They are named Beerus, beer, Champa, champagne, Moscow, vermouth, Sidra, and the angel have names like Whis, whiskey, Vadis, and Makarita. Back in early Dragon Ball, Toriyama was really excited about the tournament and he drew beautiful and time-consuming statues near the fighting arena. Realizing he didn't want to draw them over and over again, he had Goku destroy them. No more drawing. It goes on and on. Wanna know why Goku mostly fights on wastelands? It's because Toriyama finds cities too time-consuming to draw, so he doesn't do it. He fights in wastelands because they're easier to draw, and this way there's no collateral damage, or at least less. That's why you can see more change now in Super, like the 1,000-man army that Frieza brought, or the 80-person tournament of power. Toriyama can come up with the designs, and he's amazing at coming up with designs, and let someone else do the hard work. He is a lazy sheet, but a creative genius. Plus, I get it. The manga industry is notorious for how grueling it is, so it makes sense that someone that knows how to coast would do better than others. I once worked in a server support room. I had to run daily backups of a set list of servers every night. It was like 3 to 4 hours of changing tapes and labeling them. There was a whole room of old tape loaders just sitting around doing nothing. So I grabbed one and built a script that would take a list of servers and would log in a server, grab an empty tape from tray 1, load it, run the backup, and load it in tray 2, and repeat for each server. It would then print out the labels for those tapes in order. I started a cron job which would just grab the newest list and repeat every day. When I got to work, I just had to remember to load it with empty tapes. When I left in the morning, it would wait for tapes if it didn't find any, so if I was forgetful, I just had to load the drive. When I got there, it was a couple hundred lines of code, and it took me a week to build and cap. Once it was done, half my night was swapped to waiting for server alerts and playing Minesweeper instead of doing backups. I was really proud as I wanted to be a developer, and server support was a lame job with zero creativity. Made me happy to take my coding experience and do something with it to make my job easier. I hope people still use it, or someone improved it by now. My job now is basically doing these kinds of job optimization, so I like to think it prepared me for what I do now. I got hired as a contractor to support one of 7 applications. The application had exact 7 known bugs that resulted in 7 different ways the data could be corrupt. Because I was support and not development, I wasn't allowed to fix the bugs, and they were too low on the priority list to get fixed. The fixes were a series of complicated database scripts that had to have the documents switched in. They took forever to run and had to be run back to back. I wrote a little Java program with a mail server that would update the scripts with the doc ID, queue them, and run them one at a time. Then I set a rule in Outlook to look for the document hidden problem type, and Outlook would forward the ML to the app if it found the necessary data, or send me an alert if it needed manual intervention. It even automatically replied to the original email once the scripts were finished. I was bored out of my goddamn mind and asked for more work or to support another application. Because it was a strict union shop, I wasn't allowed to work on any other program, and my boss told me to start bringing books to work. Lasted a month before I quit. Deleted my program before I left too. I was a subcontractor for a very large company that you have definitely heard of, that has a name that is 3 letters. I was working on a contract for a governmental agency that also has 3 letters, and you have definitely heard of at least once a year. The project we were working on had a team of people that comprised both subcontractors and employees of the company that I was working for. where all the contract workers would have to fill out a manual timesheet and fax it into our office, and the company employees would key their time into a database on a mainframe. Yes, a literal mainframe point. This data went to a financial analyst who worked for the big company, and she was printing out, every 2 weeks, a gigantic report from the mainframe that was about 72 pages on that very wide tractor feed paper. She would then manually read each line of the data from the report, worker X day X job code lines, type it into a spreadsheet program that I won't name, and it's not the one you'd think, and in addition, use a calculator to add up the totals for each individual, and then type them in a different sheet in the same workbook. It took her about 2 weeks to produce an invoice point. Because I had automated my primary job, I offered to take over the duties the financial analyst had for our contract, and developed a sloppy solution using manuscript SQL and Access. I got the report from the mainframe as an ASCII file instead of a printout, and had my system ingest it, and then I had an admin key in the timesheets using a form that did the data normalization, as we received them daily. Once all the data was available, I could generate an invoice ready to hand to the client in 11 minutes, including all of the backing documentation. I then literally played emulator games and read programming books the rest of the time. I'm not sure this is the exact same thing, but something quite similar. I worked at Pizza Hut when I was in high school, from freshman year all the way up until right after graduation. I was a cook and was very lazy back then. I didn't do my job badly. In fact, I made a point to be better than every other cook. I'd be done making several pizzas with them in the oven and be on my phone or flirting with the waitresses before other cooks could even lay the pepperoni. I knew that if you sucked they would push you harder, so I made a point to do my job well enough that I didn't get bothered. Point: I had a really cool manager for the first 3.5 years. She would smoke pot with us behind the store and cheat, but then would challenge us to races of pizza making when things got busy. She ended up getting fired over something or other, and they transferred in some old lady who had been with the company since the dawn of pizza. She was all about every rule being followed perfectly and took no shit. She also didn't smoke weed, so that was lame. She was like the district manager for another district and was on her way to retirement, so they gave her our store basically. Point: at first she hated me cause I was a young smartass, and she tried to take away all my shifts that were on the busiest times, but after realizing everyone sucked she finally put me back on Fridays and weekends. Luckily my goal to not be bothered had actually made me an excellent employee, I suppose. I followed all the rules before she even tried to tell me. Point: so a moment I'm actually still proud of today. 10 years later, I was preparing a bunch of pizzas on a morning shift. Just get the dough ready, sauce, and cheese. Then you stack them under the make table in a cooler, so when it gets busy you only have to lay toppings. They do this daily. She's watching me do this for about 30 minutes, then out of the blue says, "You know, when I came here I thought you were lazy because of how little you move, but after watching how much quicker you get things done I can recognize that you're not lazy, you're just more efficient." It was a very satisfying thing to be told, and I feel it helped a lot with my confidence right before graduating high school and going out to get real jobs. I think it would be this guy. Okay, so our build engineer has left for another company. The dude was literally living inside the terminal. You know, that type of a guy who loves Vim, creates diagrams in Dot, and writes wiki posts in Markdown. If something, anything, requires more than 90 seconds of his time, he writes a script to automate that. XXX. So we are sitting here, looking through his UHM legacy XXX. You're gonna love this. Smack my beach up. Sends a text message late at work to his wife, apparently. Automatically picks reasons from an array of strings, randomly, runs inside a cron job. The job fires if there are active SSH sessions on the server after 9 PM with his login. XXX. Kumar as whole. Scans the inbox for emails from Kumara DBA at our clients. Look for keywords like help, trouble, sorry, etc. If keywords are found, the script shares into the client server and rolls back the staging database to the latest backup. Then sends a reply, "No worries mate, be careful next time." XXX. Hangover. Another cron job that is set to specific dates. Send automated emails like not feeling well / gonna work from home, etc. adds a random reason from another predefined array of strings, fires if there are no interactive sessions on the server at 8:45 am.xxx, and the Oscar goes to faking coffee. This one waits exactly 17 seconds, then opens an SSH session to our coffee machine. We had no freaking idea the coffee machine is on the network, runs Linux and has SSHD up and running, and sends some weird gibberish to it. Looks binary. Turns out this thing starts brewing a mid-sized half-calf latte and waits another 24 seconds before pouring it into a cup. The timing is exactly how long it takes to walk to the machine from the dude's desk. .xxx. Holy shit, I'm keeping those. This story was my introduction to Reddit from u/to/wolflet to the party, but this one is too good to pass up. I was once on a US military ship, having breakfast in the wardroom, officer's lounge, when the operations officer, ops, walks in. This guy was the definition of not a morning person. He's still half asleep, bleary-eyed, basically a zombie with a badgel. He sits down across from me to eat his badgel, and is just barely conscious. My back is to the outboard side of the ship, and the morning sun is blazing in one of the portholes, putting a big bright ass circle of light right on his barely conscious face. He's squinting and chewing, and basically just remembering how to be alive for today. It's painful to watch. But then zombie ops stops chewing, slowly picks up the phone, and dials the bridge. In his well-known "I'm still totally asleep" voice, he says, "Hey, it's ops. Could you shift our barput? Yeah, 165. Thanks." And puts the phone down. And then he just sits there, squinting, waiting. And then, ever so slowly, I realize that that big blazing spot of sun has begun to slide off the zombie's face and onto the wall behind him. After a moment it clears his face, and he blinks slowly a few times, and the brilliant beauty of what I've just witnessed begins to overwhelm me. By ordering the bridge to adjust the ship's back and forth patrol by about 15 degrees, he's changed our course just enough to reposition the sun off of his face. He's literally just redirected thousands of tons of steel and hundreds of people so that he could get the sun out of his eyes while he eats his badgel. I'm an awe. He slowly picks up his badgel, and for a moment I'm terrified at the thought that his own genius may escape him, that he may never appreciate the epic brilliance of his laziness, since he's not going to wake up for another hour. But between his next bites he pauses, looks at me, and gives me the faintest sly grin, before returning to gnaw slowly on his zombie badgel. T-45 tank armor. Instead of try to create heavier, thicker armor for their tanks, the Russians just made the armor slanted, and just like that anti-tank weapons ricocheted off. There is also a story I read once wherein the Los Angeles reservoir was faced with a problem of a naturally occurring chemical reacting with chlorine in the drinking water to make it carcinogenic when under intense sunlight, like Los Angeles has in the summer. Instead of spending millions on some giant retractable dome, they just filled the thing with floating shiny plastic balls which keep the sunlight off the water, but let the rain drip on between them. Actually, going back to the tank thing, war is full of examples of stuff like this. Hey, how do we stop people from getting stoned to death by enemy slings? Well, a sling can't penetrate a tree, so maybe have our people carry some wood. Boom. You just invented the shield. The enemy navy is too strong. How can we sink so many ships clustered together without endangering our own? Well, the current pushes our ships towards this. Why not just have a few ships sail at them which we then set on fire? Fire ships, baby. At work, doctor's office, we got a new charting system just as COVID hit. Needless to say, even the people who are supposed to be the super users don't know what they're doing. My lead is trying to find me all of the patients who have a certain chronic condition and gives me a list she pulled from our old charting system. The problem is that I need to call people who haven't been into the office in 3 months and the data is 6 months old. I asked her why she didn't just pull the registry from the new system, and she said there's no way to do it. We'll just have to go through each patient individually to see when the last time they were in. It took me all of 10 minutes to figure out how to pull a registry, sort by last visit, and sort by payer. She said she still wanted me to use the only list because we can't trust the data from the registries. So I did a little Excel magic and compared them that way and got the job done in about 1/2 the time. She praised me for being so accurate and efficient during my 1:1 I didn't tell her what I did. She still thinks I did it her way. My motto is I'm going to do it my way and beg forgiveness later. When I began working a commercial halibut boat as a teen, I quickly realized that there were a lot of time-consuming practices going on that didn't need to be, and when I asked the captain, was told well that's the way we've always done it. Under their system, it went like this on a usual day. Prep gear, set gear, the lines that fish, 2x point weight, 4 time to pass 4 fish, to get on the gear, pull first set of gear, clean fish are prep gear, 1x set gear, 1x pull second set, clean fish pull third, first one reset, clean fish chop bait, prep for next day. Total, 3 sets per day. I pointed out I believed that we could reset and prep while pulling, as well as noting a lot of other changes that would cut down on time. The captain wasn't sure, but didn't see harm in letting me try, unless it backlogged my taking care of the fish that came aboard. So the new system became set gear, prep the night before, point weight, prep bait as necessary, pull gear, prep it as it comes up, point reset gear, clean fish, repeat. This turned out to be a massive time saver, and the boat went from 3 sets of gear a day to 5, sometimes 6. Which meant 4-week trips could become 2-week trips. So I was done sooner. All my changes, I made others too, also took me over the years from 6% of the take to 18%, and put me in charge of the deck. Edit. After I left, I got a lovely email from the captain lamenting exactly how they missed my presence, because I got so much done the new deckhands in my position were clueless about. They still use my system to this day, and they occasionally ask me if I could come back. My old man was a jack of all trades and master of 3. When time came to stain his fence, he was too lazy to brush or roll it, and too cheap to buy a sprayer. So he built a sprayer and mounted it on top of a hand truck he converted into a trailer. 1.5 days of fabrication, and he stains his fence from the seat of his riding mower. Gotta get the right stain so double coverage doesn't show. The first year it saved 0 time, but 15 years later he is a month ahead. One day I walk into the shop and find his riding mower parked on my welding table in a room with a low ceiling. He didn't want to bend over to work on it. He didn't use a forklift, won't fit because of the low ceiling, and he didn't use ramps. I pondered on that one for a couple of weeks. I'm too prideful to ask. I'm back in the shop, and I lean against my 300-pound welding table, and damn near fall down. He had put wheels on the table, and rolled it to a high ceiling, used the forklift, and rolled it back. Work smart, not hard. And if they don't sell the tool you need anywhere, build it yourself. He would always find a way to automate part of a task physically, even if it didn't pay off soon. Now he's pushing 80 and retired, but I don't dare unload the trucks with material I need, or he'll plan and build something before I can turn my back. Both hips and at least one knee have been replaced. He's going deaf and half blind. Prostate cancer, small cell bladder cancer, chemo, radiation, AAA, heart valves, and a 10-feet Chicago break fell on him 40 years ago, breaking his sternum and puncturing a lung. He has earned his rest, but I will bet everything I will ever own he passes away in someone else's yard helping them. It's not in him to stop or quit. So lazy is the last word I would ever use on him. More than 20 years of doing things the hard way, more than 20 years of wearing out your body will force you to change gears and use your brain. That is a lesson I wish I didn't know so well. Learned it with my eyes 30 years ago, but now I feel it in my bones. Stay in school, kids. Not mine, but a toothpaste factory had a problem due to the way the production line was set up. Sometimes empty boxes were shipped without the tube inside. People with experience in designing production lines will tell you how difficult it is to have everything happen with timing so precise that every single unit coming off of it is perfect 100% of the time. Small variations in the environment, which cannot be controlled in a cost-effective fashion, mean quality assurance checks must be smartly distributed across the production line, so that customers all the way down to the supermarket won't get frustrated and purchase another product instead. Understanding how important that was, the CEO of the toothpaste factory gathered the top people in the company together. Since their own engineering department was already stretched too thin, they decided to hire an external engineering company to solve their empty boxes problem. The project followed the usual process: budget and project sponsor allocated, RFP, request for proposal, third parties selected, and 6 months, and $8 million. Later a fantastic solution was delivered, on time, on budget, high quality, and everyone in the project had a great time. The problem was solved by using high-tech precision scales that would sound a bell and flashlights whenever a toothpaste box would weigh less than it should. The line would stop, and someone had to walk over and yank the defective box off the line, then press another button to restart the line. A short time later, the CEO decided to have a look at the ROI, return on investment, of the project. Amazing results. No empty boxes ever shipped out of the factory after the scales were put in place. There were very few customer complaints, and they were gaining market share. That was some money well spent, he said, before looking closely at the other statistics in the report. The number of defects picked up by the scales was 0 after 3 weeks of production use. How could that be? It should have been picking up at least a dozen a day, so maybe there was something wrong with the report. He filed a bug against it, and after some investigation, the engineers indicated the statistics were indeed correct. The scales were not picking up any defects, because all boxes that got to that point in the conveyor belt were good. Perplexed, the CEO traveled down to the factory and walked up to the part of the line where the precision scales were installed. A few feet before the scale, a $20 desk fan was blowing any empty boxes off the belt and into a bin. Puzzled, the CEO turned to one of the workers who stated, "Oh, that one of the guys put it there cause he was tired of walking over every time the bell rang. $8 million vs $20. Money well spent. XLIT." I got paid to write macros one summer. To be fair, I spent what felt like an eternity writing them. I had never written macros before, but my professor loved it, and I ended up getting published because of my work. We ran these experiments which would collect data points about once per second for up to 2 hours, resulting in about 7,200 data points per experiment, and we would run 1 to 2 experiments per workday. After getting the data, my prof would manually select data points along the time, graph them, and use that to draw a plot to characterize the materials we were using. It took about 15 minutes per experiment point. I saw this and thought, geez, 30 minutes per day doing automated drone work. Yuck. So I drafted up a macros that did that much. It took me a little while, maybe an hour or 2, but the end result was a program that did it in 5 seconds. My prof was cool and didn't force more work, but we were both excited about the implications. I ended up creating this array of macros that would import the data from the original text file, preen the data for points to graph and estimate the plot line, set parameters for different materials, name the tab based on the date run, and even made it so we could run experiments overnight. It was freaking amazing. One of my coworkers went on vacation to Alaska for 3 weeks. There was a vendor feed that would aggregate errors, fail, and request intervention. His entire job was to troubleshoot the feed and ensure the import came in daily. When he went on vacation I had to fix the feed, and it was a nightmare. A small data transfer, there was something like 50,000 errors I'd need to manually correct. So, as I do, I went into the code and noticed there were additional subroutines with his username. If I skipped them, ctrl plus F his username, find and replace with mine, and run the report. 0 errors. Spent the next 3 weeks working on a Pokemon Go API call to find specific Pokemon setup through remote desktop I could access while walking around the cool business area my workplace was in. I hadn't had time to check things out because of our insane workloads. I'd later quit after completing a 110 hours a week project a VP gave to me, being managed by their high school dropout church friend, that didn't need to be completed until 2 years down the road. It was meant to be a major project span across those years, but the VP wanted to wrap up all their projects before going on vacation and changed our due dates to before they went on vacation. I just lived this. Maybe not 100% relevant, but an amusing story nonetheless. My team got assigned a technical project at work. At the kickoff meeting, I suggested an approach that would work, albeit not the most technically clean, and I knew it was going to be the only way of doing it because of our time constraints. coupled with my knowledge of the system and experience working with other parts of the company. The technical lead on the project scoffed at my proposal, insinuating that it was a lazy approach. We just spent a solid 2 weeks of a project that we have 3 months to complete with back-to-back meetings, endless discussions with other technical and business stakeholders, etc. deliberating more in-depth approaches, all of which fizzled to dead ends because of engineering requirements or lack of support from various vendors. I knew this would happen. Well, guess what? Just got out of a meeting where everyone decided that my approach, the one that I brought up at the beginning, was the correct way to get the project done in the allotted amount of time, with a margin of error acceptable to the business. Any other approach taken to shave a couple of points off that margin of error would not have been technically feasible within the 3-month time constraint. Every new job I've had went this way. For example, had a job where we had to put envelopes into some boxes, and so obviously it's a lot easier when the box is angled so that gravity helps to keep the envelopes compact. Well, I guess in the more than 20 years before me no one thought of that. Also, I didn't just use the wall to prop the box, I used a tall rolling chair, because then it was mobile and the envelopes we put in each box were located around the room. So instead of going to each location and back to the box, I just brought the box on a circuit of the room from each location to the next. This was the first faking day doing it for me. Also, I have been known to construct lots of tools and tool holders with duct tape. Had another job in college where I needed to use a vacuum to clean up dust between each sample we were processing. Instead of reaching down for the vacuum each time, I just made a belt holder for it from duct tape. Another job, we use these automatic staplers to staple papers together. Well, we wanted to get the staple pretty uniform, but you had to be careful when stapling to hold the papers just right. Instead, I just taped a popsicle stick to it as a stop. Just shove the paper in and against the stop, and it then was the same for all the papers I stapled. Probably the most annoying thing is that other employees don't appreciate these actions and often even sabotage them. They would rip off the popsicle stick when I was gone, or they would criticize my technique. These people were the by-the-book types who, instead of being results-oriented, are process-oriented. For example, give them the math problem 60x4, and they would do 60x4 instead of just doing 6x4x10. They don't see multiple ways to get the same answer, so I would tell my boss that I wish to challenge those people to race me. They can even pick whomever they think is faster than me, and then we will race. I always win, and the boss, having witnessed that, would then change the procedures to my way. Honestly, my goal is not always to make it faster, but all sort of carefree. If there is some part where I need to be careful or precise, that's going to be exhausting. So I instead make stops, jigs, funnels, and so on to make it less precise. Ugh. I have a bad but example. Last year I worked for Appen as a side hustle. Appen is a subcontracting company for major companies that don't want to hire full-time people. Many of these jobs are brainless and take the IQ of a panda. Look up why pandas are FUC dumb on Reddit and Google search sometime when you want a good laugh. This particular job was for Apple. Some sorry son of a beach, me, had to listen to local street names pronounced by Siri and make her say the street names like they should sound to a local. For example, Troost, pronounced locally like Truest, not Trost. Siri does some really dumb sheets under the hood. Understand that for every 10,000 normal streets, it would screw maybe one up and get the other 99.99 right. What a waste of time. And this gig paid $20 an hour, and all you had to do was click an approve button and it would populate to the next street and automatically say it, and then you'd press approve and it would go on to the next street, and so on, until you decided to exit the program. But you couldn't do more than 60 an hour, or it would flag you for going too fast. Well, wouldn't you know, there is a fantastic program out there called Fast Clicker. You literally set the cursor on your screen and tell it how many clicks per minute or second and let it run for hours. It would click in the same spot X times per hour, endlessly. This literally netted me $15,000 in gig money. So next time you hear Siri say your street name wrong, think of me. Actually, think of Fast Clicker. Yes, this is terrible. But damn, you can only listen to about 40 street names before you start to lose your mind. This one goes back years now, but I digress. Like most college/university students, I had to take a summer job. I had secured a job as a scale operator at a rubber manufacturing plant. Essentially, I'd load pre-weighed ingredients onto a scale, which would verify the weight of the constituent ingredients for the next batch of product we'd mix. These scales were finicky. They would routinely go out of calibration and maintenance would have to be called to sort the issue. You'd stand back and watch the maintenance worker zero the scale and you'd be back up and running. Of course this took time, and time is money, and so on point. Of course with any delay, you'd have a production supervisor chew you out for lollygagging and ruining his quota. Not fun. At some point a few weeks into the job, we had a shutdown. Now I'm generally curious by nature, so I started clicking around the scale's functions. I found the usual stuff, weight conversions, etc. But then I found the key, 0 after acceptance. Basically after loading all materials onto the scale, I would have to hit the accept button and the conveyor would move all materials off and immediately zero itself. Never missed a beat point for the rest of the summer. There were no maintenance calls for my scale. Maintenance got a pat on the back for keeping the scale running perfectly. I got a pat on the back for exceeding productivity point at the end of the summer. I got hauled into the maintenance manager's office. He knew something was up. I explained what I did. He smiled and thanked me. The next summer I worked in his department making more money and was put in charge of the scales. Once I had every scale zeroing after acceptance, I was told to just enjoy my time and keep up with basic work like cutting the grass and helping out other maintenance workers when necessary. I found out a few years later that production still had no idea how the scale issues were resolved, but maintenance was over the moon. That one little instruction built into the system had saved them hours of bullshit work each week and allowed them to perform more pressing repairs. The people who lived in our house for 17 years before us had a whole system for watering the lawn with faucet manifolds and a few timers. They had been dragging hoses and sprinklers around the yard. It's a larger yard with 4 distinct sections separated by concrete or building. For years, spring through autumn. Buying and maintaining hoses, sprinklers, etc. Of course they took almost all of it with them. When they moved out. A couple weeks into our first springtime I realized that our previous homes with sprinkler systems made me lazy for lawn watering. There was no way I was going to spend the time and energy to move hoses and sprinklers around all the time. We installed an in-ground sprinkler system ourselves that summer. I used only one model of sprinkler head. Established landscaping doesn't need special shrub irrigation. For the whole system, easy maintenance. For the controller I use a ratio that uses logic to minimize water use and avoid runoff from oversaturation. It connects wirelessly to my network and is managed with a phone app. It also skips if there's rain, and it adjusts durations of each zone based on the weather. I set it to complete by sunrise, and it adjusts its start times accordingly. Turn it on in spring, check coverage to make sure everything works right, turn it off, and winterize in late fall. I don't think about it, and my yard looks great. Oh, I also ran a drip line zone, so we don't have to manually water flower pots either. That's my kind of laziness. My favorite example of this is my first job out of college. It was an internship for video editing, and we had this convoluted process for editing which was ultimately a 30 to 60 second video, so you could do about 2 a week. The major bottlenecks were getting approval on the graphics and exporting. We had a backlog of footage, because they would have the talent to shoot 30 segments at a time. So I spent a day getting all of the graphics done and approved at the same time. The graphics team thanked me, and then a day editing the actual videos. Instead of taking up office time sitting there watching something export, I'll let it go overnight for all the graphics, then drop them on all the footage the next morning, set the final videos to export, and let my manager know I'd be an hour late, but have a few more done. He was on board. I came back from lunch to the owner throwing a temper tantrum because it wasn't completed before lunch, and he was chewing my manager out. I quickly stepped in and said the first one was probably done, but I'll also have the next 2 months done for you by the end of the day. My manager immediately adopted that process for the whole team, and I got fired at the earliest opportunity the owner could find. I used to work for a company where every morning I had to check the inventory, item by item. to ask the suppliers for materials for the day. This took around 2 hours, but the inventory changed every 15 minutes, so I was really always checking the most urgent items to make sure we didn't stop the production line. The guy before me worked like this for 5 years, and also the guy before him, and they were managers now, so they taught me the way it should be done, and forgot about me. This was really very tiring, because I was all day stuck to my PC, and I had to yell at everyone to make sure the things got done. The success of the operation was measured in production stops for months, and my boss was proud that his lowest was 10, so I was trying to do everything perfectly. Around 2 weeks in, I called the ad guy and asked him if he would help me with the macro, since all this was done in Excel, and I didn't know how to connect it to the company's system. Together he and I made a program that would scan the inventory, calculate the needs for the day, estimate the needs for the week and the forecast for the next months, based on production rates, and send a mail to each supplier with this information. All this in 5 minutes. I had 0 production stops. I even started helping the guys in other areas. And the job got really easy, just having to check every now and then the inventory levels. All of that because I was really lazy and I could spend my time talking to that cute girl at the cafeteria. Long story short, I got fired for being lazy because my boss was mad at me for not being stressed out. Then they had to hire 5 guys to do my job in the old way, but with 0 mistakes. Then they tried to replicate my program but couldn't. Didn't even think about calling it guy. Then they tried to buy my program from me for a ridiculous amount. Then they called everyone in my city to tell them not to give me a job because I'm lazy. Don't bring your skills to Mexico. They're all crazy. Welcome to my TED Talk. Dasrath Manjhi, also known as Mountain Man, 60 years ago in 1960, he set out to carve a 100 meters long path through a rocky hillside, all by himself, in order to make it easier for his fellow villagers to access schools, markets, and neighboring villages. That hill had given villagers trouble and grief for centuries. The people had asked the government many times to make a proper road through the hill, but nobody paid any attention. So he decided he would do it all by himself. With just his chisel, hammer, and shovel, after 22 years this man turned what was once a precarious 1-foot wide passage into a 100 meters long, 9 meters wide, and 7.6 meters deep road accessible by bicycle and motorcycle. The hill kept the region's villages in isolation, forcing people to trek through dangerous terrain for hours, just to reach their lands or the nearest market town. Children had to walk 8 kilometers to reach school, but thanks to Dasrath Manjhi's handmade road, the distance has been reduced to 3 kilometers, and people from over 60 villages now use it every day. He was born into a poor laborer family in Bihar, India. Manjhi's wife, Falguni Devi, died due to lack of medical treatment after getting seriously injured while crossing the hill because the nearest town with a doctor was 70 kilometers away from their village. The loss only made the ambitious man more focused on his task, as he was hacking at the hill day and night, working from 1960 to 1982. His feat reduced the distance between the 2 blocks of that district from 55 kilometers to 15 kilometers. Currently working on a data integration project. It started with building separate jobs for each unit of work across several systems. But I have an awesome project lead, and he's letting me over-engineer the crap out of it to the point that one job will take the bare input, set up the tables, and generate the supporting scripts it's expecting, if it hasn't been done before, detect and apply known fixed scenarios, and finally do the work. Now, we will be able to add new scenarios in minutes rather than hours. And extended to other systems. We can bring entire new systems online in an afternoon instead of making it a project into itself. I keep offering new ways to take a slog of work and turn it into a simple process. It's been refreshing to have someone willing to simply give the audience good ideas, do the job, do it once, and for fuck's sake let the computer do it for you. It's why we have computers. I have personal rules around this. If it takes as much as 2x the time to build a better process, tell the PM to damn the torpedo and do it the better way. Make self-healing, self-troubleshooting, self-deploying processes. Never firefight a problem when you can build the fix into the process. make fire and forget solutions, and spend more time on documentation than on firefighting the problems, because a well-built system will outlive you. Also, paint with a broad brush, and go back over it with a fine brush. Find the common denominator, and make everything work on that with the smallest overrides necessary. I also keep peripherals with macro capability nearby. It's useful to record a macro on the fly, and have it churn away. I've turned 4-hour batches of work into 30-minute coffee breaks. Bill wrote this on my heart, and I do my best to live my best lazy life. I build rig mats. For those of you who don't know what that is, it's essentially an 8 feet by 14 wooden puzzle piece that's laid down to build a temporary road for big rigs and other equipment to drive over. They are mostly used in the oil industry where I'm from. Anyways, barely anyone showed up for work one day. Out of 4 workstations, one was already shut down with a second one threatening to stop as well. We for sure were not going to reach our daily quota. By first break I'm struck with an idea. What if we put one more person on to drill? Usually only 2 people drill in our shop at a time per station, but because one station wasn't running there were 2 drills going unused. So, I just said throw another guy on with a drill, so we have 3 people drilling at a time instead of 2. Everyone aside from one coworker thought I was a complete Neanderthal for coming up with something so stupidly simple. It couldn't possibly work. Next thing you know, lunch comes and goes and our boss tells the foreman, screw it, let them try. Let me tell you, half the staff on site, half the day of actually doing this, and we not only met, but in fact, surpassed the daily quota for a full shop. We now call it the 3-man drilling plan, and the only reason I actually came up with it is because it would be less work for me to drill 1/3 of the mat than to drill 1/2. PS. If I bring this topic up at work, my coworkers still look at me like I'm a Neanderthal and still begrudgingly admit that it actually worked. Copy pasted without permission from a 5-year-old post by u/blues for a toothpaste factory had a problem due to the way the production line was set up. Sometimes empty boxes were shipped without the tube inside. People with experience in designing production lines will tell you how difficult it is to have everything happen with timings so precise that every single unit coming off of it is perfect 100% of the time. Small variations in the environment, which cannot be controlled in a cost-effective fashion, mean quality assurance checks must be smartly distributed across the production line, so that customers all the way down to the supermarket won't get frustrated and purchase another product instead. Understanding how important that was, the CEO of the toothpaste factory gathered the top people in the company together. Since their own engineering department was already stretched too thin, they decided to hire an external engineering company to solve their empty boxes problem. The project followed the usual process: budget and project sponsor allocated, RFP, request for proposal, third parties selected, and 6 months and $8 million later a fantastic solution was delivered, on time, on budget, high quality, and everyone in the project had a great time. The problem was solved by using high-tech precision scales that would sound a bell and flashlights whenever a toothpaste box would weigh less than it should. The line would stop, and someone had to walk over and yank the defective box off the line, then press another button to restart the line. A short time later, the CEO decided to have a look at the ROI, return on investment, of the project. Amazing results. No empty boxes ever shipped out of the factory after the scales were put in place. There were very few customer complaints, and they were gaining market share. That was some money well spent, he said, before looking closely at the other statistics in the report. The number of defects picked up by the scales was 0 after 3 weeks of production use. How could that be? It should have been picking up at least a dozen a day, so maybe there was something wrong with the report. He filed a bug against it, and after some investigation, the engineers indicated the statistics were indeed correct. The scales were not picking up any defects because all boxes that got to that point in the conveyor belt were good. Perplexed, the CEO traveled down to the factory and walked up to the part of the line where the precision scales were installed. A few feet before the scale, a $20 desk fan was blowing any empty boxes off the belt and into a bin. Puzzled, the CEO turned to one of the workers who stated, "Oh, that one of the guys put it there cause he was tired of walking over every time the bell rang." A toothpaste factory had a problem due to the way the production line was set up. Sometimes empty boxes were shipped without the tube inside. Small variations in the environment, which cannot be controlled in a cost-effective fashion, mean quality assurance checks must be smartly distributed across the production line, so that customers all the way down to the supermarket won't get frustrated and purchase another product instead. Understanding how important that was, the CEO of the toothpaste factory gathered the top people in the company together. Since their own engineering department was already stretched too thin, they decided to hire an external engineering company to solve their empty boxes problem. The project followed the usual process: budget and project sponsor allocated, RFP, request for proposal, third parties selected, and 6 months, and $8 million. Later a fantastic solution was delivered, on time, on budget, high quality, and everyone in the project had a great time. The problem was solved by using high-tech precision scales that would sound a bell and flashlights. Whenever a toothpaste box would weigh less than it should, the line would stop, and someone had to walk over and yank the defective box off the line, then press another button to restart the line. A short time later, the CEO decided to have a look at the ROI, return on investment, of the project. Amazing results. No empty boxes ever shipped out of the factory after the scales were put in place. There were very few customer complaints, and they were gaining market share. That was some money well spent, he said, before looking closely at the other statistics in the report. The number of defects picked up by the scales was 0 after 3 weeks of production use. How could that be? It should have been picking up at least a dozen a day, so maybe there was something wrong with the report. He filed a bug against it, and after some investigation, the engineers indicated the statistics were indeed correct. The scales were not picking up any defects, because all boxes that got to that point in the conveyor belt were good. Perplexed, the CEO traveled down to the factory and walked up to the part of the line where the precision scales were installed. A few feet before the scale, a $20 desk fan was blowing any empty boxes off the belt and into a bin. Puzzled, the CEO turned to one of the workers who stated, "Oh, that one of the guys put it there cause he was tired of walking over every time the bell rang." Okay. My dad used to work for a government agency doing analysis stuff. Not real clear on that, because he had high level clearance worked on shit nobody's supposed to know about, so he refused to talk about it, but he told us his story. It was declassified by then, about working with satellites. There was a problem having to with the frequency spectrum of satellites being interfered with because of the private sector's satellites overlapping the govs. There were only 3 places in the world to test things. They would only have a 3-day window to run the tests. The agreed upon location was in England. Other 2 were in the Middle East, so my mom bought her own ticket and traveled there too as a mini vacation point. When they got there, someone had to analyze the data on the night shift, so my dad offered to do it. But here's the kicker. He offered to do that so he could mini vacation with my mom during the day. He wrote a computer program to analyze the data for him at night, so he could get some sleep. I love my dad. He's a damn genius. TL. Doctor, while working for the government, my dad wrote a computer program to do his work for him at night, so he could sleep and have a vacation with mom during the day. I'm a nurse. One of the things we do is organ procurements. In order to set up the room, which might have several surgeons from several states, along with their assistants, along with the donor people, along with hospital staff, you have to have things pretty organized or everything will go to shit. Organs, especially hearts and lungs, can only exist outside of the body for a certain number of hours. The surgeon has to get on a plane, arrive at the donor hospital, remove the organs they want, get the organs packaged, get back on a plane, get back to the recipient and complete another surgery before the organs are no longer viable. The timing matters. People are paying attention. I will freely admit I'm one of the laziest people still breathing, so I always volunteer for procurements. I set up everything super efficiently, very well thought out so that everybody can do their own job without getting in each other's way. My objective: nobody talks to me or asks me for anything. I want to sit there and look cute for 8 hours, then get paid too much money and go home. The only way to achieve this is to have the room take care of itself, and the only way to have that happen is for the room to be exquisitely well set up, and every step that every person takes thought out and planned for. If everybody has what they need right up front and the entire pathway for them achieving their own goals is prepared and laid out for them in advance, they won't talk to me, and this complex time-sensitive procedure can go very smoothly. Everybody catches the plane with their coolers in tow, and nobody needs to ask me stupid questions. It's all about preparation. Preparation turns one of the most complex, demanding, sensitive cases you can imagine into a well-oiled machine with a person running the room who doesn't have to answer a single question or solve a single problem for almost 8 hours straight. I love procurements. Sign up to be a donor. It's a thing. Back in the early 2000s I used to work in a security office. One of my jobs was to clear temporary security passes that had been issued to staff the previous day. It wasn't a difficult job, but it was tedious and would take forever. That is until I found a way to do it a hell of a lot quicker. Every pass had a 10-digit number, and my boss insisted on doing each one at a time, which would involve typing each number on the system, clearing the data, saving it and repeating the process. Used to take at least a few hours. We are talking 75 to 100 passes per day. So one morning I decided to try something after discovering that I could pull up a list of passes by the date. So I typed in the previous day's date, clicked search, and lo and behold, a list of every pass that was issued on that day was brought up. I also found that, and I swore at my boss for not telling me this, you can click a button labeled clear issue data that cleared all data from the pass record and blank everything but the pass number, about 10 different fields per pass record. So after counting the numbers of passes to the number of pass records brought up on the search, they matched on this occasion but not always. Clearing each pass would be a case of click clear issue data, click save, click next record. So the job took no more than 10 minutes. I carried on doing the job like this for months. My boss never noticed, and his boss, who worked in close proximity to us, didn't either. However, one day, I had just finished 30 minutes into my shift. I was going to go for a coffee and a smoke when my boss poked his head out of his door and said, "Where are you going?" Please note, my boss then wasn't very popular, and I live in the UK, where insubordination isn't a sackable offense. Well, not in the security industry anyway. So I answered, minding my own business, and carried on walking. When I came back, my boss had found that the job was done, and the following conversation took place. My boss: "How did you get this done so quickly?" Me: "Duh. Using my brain." My boss: "Don't get funny. Look, you're paid from the shoulders down. I do the thinking around here." Me: "Then you're overpaid." My boss: "Watch it. Now, tell me how you get that job done so quickly." Me: "I'll explain it simply, so even you will get the drift. I type in yesterday's date, here, pointing at the search date field. Then I click on search, pointing to the search button. After a few seconds it brings up a list of every pass that was issued on that particular day. So then, I count the passes and see if it matches the amount of records found. If it does, I click here, here, and here. Then repeat the process until they're done. Job done. By now my boss is pissed. Not so much because I took the piss out of him. Trust me, we all did that. But more because I didn't do the job his way. But by now, my boss heard loud talking and had come out of his office to investigate. My boss: "What's all this about?" My boss: "This little prick isn't doing what I told him." My boss was well respected. He didn't like my boss much either. My boss: "I wasn't asking you." Says my name. "What's this all about?" So I then spend the next 5 minutes explaining my procedure of getting this job done quickly. My boss seems genuinely interested, asking questions and such, and being respectful. My boss: "And what if the numbers of records produced by the search doesn't match the number of passes you have?" Me: "I just go through the passes, separate the passes that aren't on the list, put them on a separate pile, clear what's on there, then do those that weren't on the list individually. Doesn't take long, and they all get done. And any passes missing from the pile, I send emails to the staff members they were issued to remind them to bring them back." My boss: "How often do you have to do that?" Me: "Quite a bit. It's not a problem as such, but if the receptionists put the issue date in the correct field, like they should be doing, then it wouldn't happen at all." My Boss turns to my boss and says, why aren't the receptionists putting the issue date in the correct fields? My boss, I told them to, but they sometimes forget. My boss, well, it seems to me that you aren't telling them enough. Says my name. Do me a favor, take a screenshot of a blank record page, highlight the issue date field and attach it to an email and send it to, says the head receptionist's name, with clear instructions that this field is not to be left blank when issuing a temporary pass. Good job, you used your initiative to get a tedious job done in a less tedious way. Well done, my boss. Okay, but my boss you in my office. To cut a long story short, my boss was later sacked for sexually harassing one of his receptionists. So you can imagine what he was. I then got promoted to his position and we streamed our workload quite a bit. So my boss became my boss, and I was the boss of my team. And my team were awesome. I remember reading a case study in business school. A consulting firm was brought into a factory that made and distributed toothpaste. They were having an issue where sometimes the toothpaste would not be corrected inserted into the box, which resulted in empty boxes making down the conveyor line and packaged to go out to stores. The consulting firm spent a month designing and building a weigh station that would weigh the boxes to make sure they actually contained toothpaste. When an empty box was detected, a bell would ring and a worker would come to remove the empty box. The first day after implementation, they caught several dozen empty boxes and declared the process a success. However, the second day, they caught 0 boxes. By lunch on the third day, when there were still no more empty boxes being found, they went down to the factory floor to check the equipment. Everything seemed to be working fine, so they went up to the employee responsible for removing the boxes found to be empty and asked if anything had changed. He told them that he was getting so annoyed by the ringing bell that he brought a box fan from home and set it up next to the conveyor belt right before the weigh station. The empty boxes would be blown off the line and the boxes with toothpaste would make it through to be packaged. The company sunk thousands of dollars into consulting and construction fees when they just needed $20 for a fan from Home Depot. TLDR, being lazy and efficient got me a promotion. Similar to what you/Dathis posted. Shortly out of college I got hired by MCI/WorldCom. They had the contract for the Nasdaq stock market network and were upgrading the network and equipment. They had to recover all the old equipment at the sites, called CPE. This was a secondary task that wasn't really too important and the field techs didn't care about. The team had all been using a massive spreadsheet to track thousands of sites, and it was a mess. They gave it to me. I spent a week or more trying to clean it up and figure out what the fuck was going on. Once that was done, I realized I could make an access database that would keep better track of things and not allow copy-paste errors the way this thing did. Then I realized that the mainframe system would spit out reports in delimited files that I could import into Access. So my daily job went from 8 hours of figuring out a mess and making multiple phone calls went to this: run the report, import it, database gives me a list of jobs for the day. I make a few phone calls, send a few emails, and I'm done in 3 hours. I would spend the rest of the day learning about the networks in the building, trying to find other places to help, etc. The boss got wind that I had somewhat automated my job. I showed him the database and demonstrated it for him. The next day I was let go, and my database was given to a guy in another state. The contracting agency that got me hired called me a panic. When I told them what happened, they arranged a bonus, an award, and then insisted that I be interviewed for management jobs. I landed a Y2K project as second in charge after that with an over 20k raise. That job got me something paying 20k more with a different employer when that project ended. Edit. Someone beat me to it. Anyway, always loved reading this example. Wish I could say it's mine, but it's a repost. XXX. Okay, so, our build engineer has left for another company. The dude was literally living inside the terminal. You know, that type of a guy who loves Vim, creates diagrams in Dot, and writes wiki posts in Markdown. If something, anything, requires more than 90 seconds of his time, he writes a script to automate that. XXX. So we are sitting here, looking through his UHM Legacy XXX. You're gonna love this. Smack my beach up punch. Sends a text message late at work to his wife. Apparently. Automatically picks reasons from an array of strings. Randomly. Runs inside a cron job. The job fires if there are active SSH sessions on the server after 9 PM with his login point XXX. Kumara as whole punch. Scans the inbox for emails from Kumara DBA at our clients. Looks for keywords like help, trouble, sorry, etc. If keywords are found, the script shares into the client server and rolls back the staging database to the latest backup. Then sends a reply, no worries mate, be careful next time point XXX. Hangover punch, another cron job that is set to specific dates. Sends automated emails like not feeling well / gonna work from home etc. Adds a random reason from another predefined array of strings. Fires if there are no interactive sessions on the server at 8:45 AM. XXX, and the Oscar goes to faking coffee punch. This one waits exactly 17 seconds, then opens a telnet session to our coffee machine. We had no freaking idea the coffee machine is on the network, runs Linux and has a TCP socket up and running, and sends something like size brew. Turns out this thing starts brewing a mid-sized half calf latte and waits another 24 seconds before pouring it into a cup. The timing is exactly how long it takes to walk to the machine from the dude's desk point XXX. Holy shit, I'm keeping those. This is hardly ingenious, but with my limited tech capabilities, I'm still proud of myself for figuring this out. Point I work at a public institution that gets talked about from time to time on local talk radio. We have a couple of local limbo-esque troglodytes who love to rail against us. And one of the shows has no online archive to speak of. The other show does, but it's not complete. They upload when they feel like it. Point recently our big boss got word we were talked about again, and he asked my boss to find out what was what. Unfortunately it was on the station with no archives. So my boss asked if we could start recording the show daily. From 6 to 9 AM every weekday. And my home computer is a Mac. They make it difficult to record inline audio. They only have a built-in mic to pick up external sound. Point I didn't want to get up every morning at 6 just to turn on the online radio feed and have QuickTime record the audio. There has to be a way to automate it. And thanks to a Reddit thread on a similar topic, I found Audio Hijack. I had to pay a license fee, opted to pay it myself, since I don't want my employer owning software on my own machine. But now I can set my computer to launch a browser at a pre-programmed time, and for a set duration, go to a set URL, and record the internal audio feed to a regular quality MP3 without having to be on station to do anything. Point only drawbacks are that I need to leave my computer on overnight and set it to wake up about 5 minutes before recording. And I need the direct URL of the audio feed, not the URL of the player window. Fortunately I was able to extract the correct URL for the main show of interest, and it works great every day. Point I tried the same with the other talk show, but results are mixed. The only direct URL I can find for their feed doesn't seem to work. I can have Audio Hijack launch their player window, but I can't make it press play. I can change the permissions in Firefox to allow that window to autoplay, and it works maybe 75% of the time. But there are still days when I check it, and it hasn't properly launched the player, and it records nothing. Well, point TLDR, boss wanted local talk radio shows recorded, and I found a way to jury rig a radio DVR on my computer, so I don't have to wake up at 6 AM every day to record it. Point edit. Anybody have suggestions for transcribing the MP3s, or some easy way of finding out if we are mentioned without having to listen to these strunzes? I was working my first accounting internship. One of the partners came to me with a new project. Dave the Llama, we need you to update all of the payroll data for all of the W2s we create for every business who pays us to run their payroll. We are reporting this to the city, and the city can only accept the data in CSV format, so you have to manually enter it all into a dumbed down version of Excel. He then handed me a stack of paper 6 inches thick, covered in over 3,000 people's names, addresses, salary totals, tax withholdings, etc. from over 200 local businesses. Dave the Llama, do you remember that young lady who was hired the same week you were? She had been working on this exact project for 2 months. Do you notice how she doesn't work here anymore? Don't take too long. I briefly shat my pants and started keying data in manually. After an hour, I estimated I had gotten only 0.5% of the way through the stack. At that rate, given the hours I worked per week, I wouldn't be done until 2 to 3 weeks after the due date point. So I taught myself how to build a mis-access database with a simple data entry tool. It copied last year's files into the database and allowed me to search old records by the employee's SSN and/or a business ISIN. Then it was a matter of typing over outdated info, deleting employees who had left, and adding new employees only where needed. I also made sure the database could export the new data into the file format the boss needed. It was still a lot of work, but I estimated I reduced the man-hours necessary to complete the project by about 75% minus 80%. I didn't get a raise or anything, but at least I didn't get fired. When I was an undergrad, my advisor's grad student gave me a summer project. I was to compile all this data she had into text files in a specific format. This was stellar tracking data, so it was right ascension, declination, and intensity for a given set of stars over time. The data was stored based on the date it was recorded, and she wanted everything compiled down to a single text file for each star. I asked her how she wanted me to do this, and she showed me, copy and paste by hand. I did exactly 1 star this way. It took me hours and hours to do, and so I said fuck it, and looked for other options, and that's when I discovered Peril. I hadn't written code before, but I found some tutorials, and I was able to get a script working after a couple days. It automated the whole thing, and took less than an hour to compile the data for every one of her stars. I went on at the end of the week, and gave her a USB drive with the data on it, and told her I had finished. She asked me how many I had completed, and I told her all of them. The look on her face was amazing. She had no idea what to do with me for the rest of the summer, but eventually I moved on to a different project in the same group. The experience sparked a love of coding in me, which eventually became my career after grad school. I read a different example of this quote from Sweet Thursday by John Steinbeck, 1954. Only very lazy men could have done so much in so short a time. Wonderful book. Another from Log of C of Cortez. It was a good thing, we told ourselves. The eyes grow weary with looking at new things. Sleeping late, we said, has its genuine therapeutic value. We would be better for it, would be able to work more effectively. We have little doubt that all this was true, but we wish we could build as good a rationalization every time we are lazy. For in some beastly way this fine laziness has got itself a bad name. It is easy to see how it might have come into disrepute if the result of laziness were hunger, but it rarely is. Hunger makes laziness impossible. It has even become sinful to be lazy. We wonder why. One could argue, particularly if one had a gift for laziness, that it is relaxation pregnant of activity, a sense of rest from which directed effort may arise, whereas most busyness is merely a kind of nervous tick. How can such a process have become a shame and a sin? Only in laziness can one achieve a state of contemplation, which is a balancing of values, a weighing of oneself against the world and the world against itself. A busy man cannot find time for such balancing. We do not think a lazy man can commit murders, nor great thefts, nor lead a mob. He would be more likely to think about it and laugh. And a nation of lazy contemplative men would be incapable of fighting a war, unless their very laziness were attacked. Wars are the activities of busyness. I have worked for the same company for over 18 years. I've mainly been in the same position/department for 16 of those 18 years. During that time I've found ways to do some parts of my job way quicker. For example, I've discovered a VBA code that lets me perform find/replace in dozens of Word documents at the same time. It only works in the body of the document. I've yet to figure out how to get it to do the headers and footers. I use mail merge a lot, and I've discovered all kinds of little tricks with it. For example, I've learned how to format a numeric value so all I have to enter is the numbers, no commas or decimals for dollar amounts, just like you can in Excel. Speaking of Excel, I've learned about conditional formatting and how to format my dates so they read mm/dd/yiii instead of just m/d/yiii. where the only time I have a 2-digit month and date is if both are actually 2 digits, like the 31st of October 2020. Now, even on June 2nd, 2020 it'll read as the 6th of February 2020. And I only have to enter the month and date. Only time I'd need the year is if I need to enter last year or any year before. If I'm referring to a date this year, I just enter 6/30 for the 30th of June 2020. I think the best example of this, as well as an amazing demonstration of the different philosophies of engineering, is the difference between German and Russian tank design during WWI High Point. German tanks, painstakingly engineered and refined, with tank treads that are tough and reliable, but really difficult to remove and fix. They figured that, since they will always be so far away from supplies and mechanics, prevention of tread malfunctions is more important than making fixing tread malfunctions quicker and easier. Russian tank design, excellent wide treads for Russia's muddy terrain, but since these tanks were cranked out at a manic rate they suffered from poorer quality control. The tread pins, that kept each plate of tread connected to its neighbor, were only riveted on one side, kinda like a nail. This meant that as the tank drove, the pin would slowly work its way out of the tread. How does Russia fix this? If you answered by making higher quality pins and tracks plus adding a nut or weld on the end to keep the pin in place at the cost of more time consuming repairs, you'd be dead wrong, boy chick. The absolute Slavs in charge of T-34 design welded a wedge onto the hull of the tank, so that as the tread passed by it would hammer the pin back into place. Problem solved. I was a contractor at an outside company that managed the back end of Microsoft's digital advertising platform. The reports we reviewed were in Excel spreadsheets, and then we'd have to manually pull up data in our software in order to make any changes or get more in-depth information about the advertiser or advertisements. Except, I discovered that you could use hot links to pull up the data in the tools we used, in the same way you can click a link that will open up an app in your app store of choice. I taught myself Visual Basic for Excel in my downtime, so that I could write a bunch of macros to open up data at the click of a button, rather than having to manually copy and paste a ton of stuff in order to open up the exact same thing. It saved me hours of tedious copying and pasting. Point also pretty handy with HTML and CSS, and one of the things we had to do was review the web pages that were being advertised for policy violations. Well, parts of the initial review were automated and others were done by lower level contractors. We just reviewed them if advertisers didn't agree with that initial decision. So, I converted all of the URLs to iframes, so I could pull up all the pages, or a reasonably large number for a big campaign, at once, rather than manually opening them one by one. I don't remember if I set up a macro to automate that, or just use the concatenate function in Excel to insert the URL into iframe tags, but then I'd just copy and paste them into a blank HTML document, and open said document in my browser. Most of the reviews we did were relatively short. 3 a day was toward the low end, if you got a bunch of fairly large campaigns to review. I want to say 6 to 10 a day was typical, but it's a bit fuzzy after all these years. Occasionally you get one that took a couple of days, if it was a really complex case. I got one that was an online pharmacy that I had to review over 10,000 URLs from to make sure they weren't advertising anything illegal. That took me about a week, thanks to all of my little hacks. It would have taken most people a month. It was actually pulled from one of my coworkers and given to me because the Smeds knew that person would never get it done. Point the bulk of that contract, except the really high level stuff, was outsourced to Bangalore. Now I'm homeless, penniless, unemployed, and camped out at a high school friend's childhood home. My, how the times change. I don't know if this counts, because while I came up with the idea and suggested it to our programmers, I'm not the one who programmed and implemented it. Point basically I work for an insurance company and the bulk of my job is paying claims for durable medical equipment, wheelchairs, ventilators, oxygen, etc. Many of the things we pay for are paid month to month at a rental rate for 10th number of months, and once they've been paid for it 10th number of times, it's then considered paid in full and owned by our patient. When I started, the procedure was to pull up the patient's history and go claim by claim, reading each of them to find how many months we had already paid. After all, if there was a 10-month limit, we didn't want to pay for an 11th month. Obviously that takes a metric fact of time. We had options already to filter by what provider the claim had come from, but often a patient would be getting more than one type of DME from the same company, and if you're paying their wheelchair claim, it's a waste of time to have to look through their oxygen claims as well. There was no option to only see the wheelchair claims. I have no idea why no one thought of this before me, because it seemed obvious to me, but one day I got fed up and sent the programmers an email asking if it would be possible to add an option to filter by what code was billed on the claims. Turns out it was, and they had it whipped up within a week. It was literally game changing, and our jobs have gotten so much faster and easier. Person with ADHD here. I've managed to do this on some occasions. It's trial and error, and sometimes I still make a mess in doing so. For example, in the form of like 100 open tabs or something along those lines. Like many others with ADHD, I'm a chronic procrastinator. I take procrastination to the extreme. Due to this, and my pure hate for doing things I don't want to or feel like, I for sure successfully came up with some interesting solutions/finds. I haven't come across anything I consider super challenging, and I'm not a programmer myself. I only know, so off the top of my head I'll give an example from when I was in school. I was often just in my own world, or didn't want to do work, so did other things in class, until things were due at the last minute. I'd learn sheets and complete assignments the day before it was time for tests/due dates, and promptly forget stuff after anyways. Firstly, FactSpark Notes, that's for amateurs. I found a website called Shmoop in the 9th grade because I slept or watched Netflix discreetly through 2 entire movies, took up like 6-hour-long classes, movies that were on the exam, and missed a number of other things that were supposed to be on them because I either did them last minute or just wasn't paying any attention to them when taught. I found the website and literally reviewed part of the synopsis and the bullet points like an hour before the exam. I didn't read any of the books assigned in high school, except I think one which wasn't on there maybe, which I looked up other stuff online and skimmed as needed. I used the website before tests, for exams, and for assignments I was too lazy to actually learn or read any of the stuff I found disinteresting and preferred to just spend my time relaxing, so that's what I did. Also looked up other assignments, examples, etc. point online to give myself ideas on how to do sheet. I worked hard when things came down to it, but I always found little things and workarounds to make things easier. I got 90% plus in all my classes, minus math, and was on principal's list during my time at that high school due to my 90% average. I skipped so much school and wasted so much time in classes that teachers genuinely had no clue how I managed to get the grades I did. Also, knowing extremely basic things and looking up workarounds has surprised people, gotten me praise, gotten me a lot of free computer programs, etc. I like my free time, and I'm lazy procrastinating fact, but also like to excel in what I do. Point another tip, spend time on visuals. Use synonyms. This will often impress people and make it seem like you both did way more work than you actually did, and make you appear more competent/knowledgeable on a subject even if you aren't. A toothpaste factory had a problem. They sometimes shipped empty toothpaste boxes without the tube inside. This challenged their perceived quality with the buyers and distributors. Understanding how important the relationship with them was, the CEO of the company assembled his top people. They decided to hire an external engineering company to solve their empty boxes problem. The project followed the usual process: budget and project sponsor allocated, RFP, and third parties selected. 6 months and $8 million later they had a fantastic solution, on time, on budget, and high quality. Everyone in the project was pleased. They solved the problem by using a high-tech precision scale that would sound a bell and flashlights whenever a toothpaste box weighed less than it should. The line would stop, someone would walk over, remove the defective box, and then press another button to restart the line. As a result of the new package monitoring process, no empty boxes were being shipped out of the factory. With no more customer complaints, the CEO felt the $8 million was well spent. He then reviewed the line statistics report and discovered the number of empty boxes picked up by the scale in the first week was consistent with projections. However, the next 3 weeks were zero. The estimated rate should have been at least a dozen boxes a day. He had the engineers check the equipment. They verified the report as accurate. Puzzled, the CEO traveled down to the factory, viewed the part of the line where the precision scale was installed, and observed just ahead of the new $8 million solution sat a $20 desk fan blowing the empty boxes off the belt and into a bin. He asked the line supervisor what that was about. "Oh, that," the supervisor replied, "but the kid from maintenance put it there because he was tired of walking over to restart the line every time the bell rang." The infamous story of a Russian programmer who automated everything for his work. Here's a direct copy and paste of the story. XXX. Okay, so, our build engineer has left for another company. The dude was literally living inside the terminal. You know, that type of a guy who loves Vim, creates diagrams in Dot, and writes wiki posts in Markdown. If something, anything, requires more than 90 seconds of his time, he writes a script to automate that. XXX. So we are sitting here, looking through his legacy XXX. You're gonna love this. Smack my beach up punch. Sends a text message late at work to his wife. Apparently. Automatically picks reasons from an array of strings. Randomly. Runs inside a cron job. The job fires if there are active SSH sessions on the server after 9 PM with his login point XXX. Kumara as whole point scans the inbox for emails from Kumara DBA at our clients. Looks for keywords like help, trouble, sorry, etc. If keywords are found, the script shares into the client server and rolls back the staging database to the latest backup. Then sends a reply, "No worries mate, be careful next time point XXX. Hangover point, another cron job that is set to specific dates. Sends automated emails like not feeling well / gonna work from home etc. Adds a random reason from another predefined array of strings. Fires if there are no interactive sessions on the server at 8:45 am point XXX. And the Oscar goes to faking coffee. This one waits exactly 17 seconds, then opens a telnet session to our coffee machine. We had no freaking idea the coffee machine is on the network, runs Linux and has a TCP socket up and running, and sends something like size brew. Turns out this thing starts brewing a mid-sized half-calf latte and waits another 24 seconds before pouring it into a cup. The timing is exactly how long it takes to walk to the machine from the dude's desk point XXX. Holy shit, I'm keeping Thosa source. https://github.com/narcos/. Bro. I live by this mantra. I'm happy to proclaim my absolute laziness. I have excelled in so many areas of life because of this. I cite this all the time, though it is actually a quote from Frank B. Chilbreth Sr. Examples. A truck ack wasn't blowing as hard. Found out I needed to clean evaporator, which takes hours of disassembly point fact that. Cut hole in plastic box. Took 15 minutes. Plus easy access for future cleaning point B. Client wanted to flip an entire ad design from left to right. Most would tackle this by dragging and rearranging element to fit. A PS design. Fact that. Flip entire canvas, then flip each text element back to normal point C. Need to take trash to the street. Doing so I have to walk an uphill driveway 150 feet point fact that. Truck is 20 feet from door. Throw trash in truck and drop it off on the way out in the morning point D. Need to lace up work boots in the morning. Takes 3 to 5 minutes point fact that. I started wearing pull-on work boots 10 sexy. Hair needed to be cut, groomed, styled on a weekly/daily basis point fact that. Bought clippers and hats F. Clothes need to be folded, hung, pressed, ironed to look decent point fact that. Only buy wrinkle-free clothing and toss that sheet in the drawers out the dryer G. Need to write a lengthy comment to answer a post point fact that. Bullet that sheet with letter values and formatted to include the problem and solution point bonus. Cause it was maybe my first recognizable LAZY equals EASY moment. Once needed to change a fuel filter on a truck that was mounted in the gas tank. Meaning I needed to do a ton of stuff to drop the tank from underneath to access the pump. Would have taken hours point fact that. Used an angle grinder to cut a hole in the cab under the backseat to quickly gain access and change pump. Took 30 minutes. Sealed hole with gasket, tin, and screws for future access. 1996 Ford Explorer. This is one of my favorite quotes. It justifies Marley's in a slightly different to a lot of it related comments. I work in the high-speed manufacturing business. The machines do most of the work, it's just my job to fix them and keep them efficient. I moved from UK to Australia, but stayed in the same industry. I got the job of refurbishing the different interchangeable parts of these machines. On starting my new job, the guy I was working with showed me this particular part and how he refurbed it. The bushing was a square drive that would wear down and need to be replaced. He would strip down the whole unit, removing bearing and gears, then take the shaft and set it up in a lathe to machine out the bushing. This, on top of being tedious, was also reasonably difficult because you had to machine out by hand the bushing in both diameter and depth. If you made one wrong cut, you would ruin the shaft and have to buy a new one. I looked at the bushing, made a particular tool that would attach to a slide hammer and would pull the bushing out in seconds without having to disassemble the bearings or gears. He would do maybe 5 a day, and I did the entire inventory in one day easily. I got to book them all back into the store at $ a piece under my own name. This one small act secured me my job and gave me the ability to negotiate to a 4-day working week over a 5-day. Now everything else I keep to myself. I was an intern at a large utility company in college. There was a lot of pitter old timers there that liked to abuse the interns by having them do their work for them and blame them to cover for themselves. One day they were pushing me to do all their data entry into a circuit database for them. This normally took them 20 hours or so roughly per week. I told the Shoran to show me how it's done, being a good intern. After they showed me, I went back and in an hour with everything done because I automated it. They complained and said it had to be done the old way. I have to redo everything and do it manually from now on. They kept insisting it be done the old way. I said, sure, you can do it that way or I can automate it, but if you want me to do it the old way, I'm going to check with my boss first because I'm not wasting 20 hours a week on this while use it and watch me with your donut. He beached and said he would just do it and he would pass my lack of work ethic up the ladder. I told him the job's already scripted, tested and works perfectly. We should just go talk with MGT now. After some back and forth, I watched him do data entry for an hour while I ate a few donuts. I went to get a drink and the senior engineer gave me a high five on the way out of the room and took me to lunch. He said I was the first intern who didn't do data entry for 20 hours a week. I got offered a perm job a short time later, hadn't even graduated yet, and the first thing the data entry guy asked/begged me was not automate anything more so that the old timers wouldn't lose their jobs. I worked for a big shoe company in their software department. We were working on microservices or tiny programs that did only one task. The downside is that you normally need many of these services. One service took me roughly a week to write. But after the second, I said to the lead engineer is we could have a common library to do some of the tasks that were repeated in every service. He said no. I argued that so much of this was boilerplate code I could write a code generator to do it, and 10 copies of the same code couldn't possibly be a good thing. He said no to the library again. So I wrote a code generator. The first time it cost me half a day to write it and saved me a little over half a day. The second day it saved me an entire day. By the time I was done, I was generating 100% of the code and only wrote tests by hand. Not because I couldn't automate them, but because I wasn't going to check something in if it didn't work. We used a point-based system to track what was getting done. The average person usually did 7 points worth of work a week. By the time I was done with my generator, I was doing 56 points a sprint. They stopped tracking points that sprint and said we all do the same amount of work, which was BS. TLDR, I wrote a program to write programs for me and did 8x the work of everybody else on the team. I work at a sheet metal fabricator/HVAC contractor company. Scraps of metal go into a couple 55-gallon barrels. When they'd get full, originally we would load them on a truck, take them to the scrap yard, and drag and dump them there. First, I made that easier by building channels on the bottom of all the barrels with scrap so they can be easily picked up by the forklift. Recently, we got a big dumpster to throw at least all the steel in. Dumping the barrels into the dumpster consisted of putting the barrel over the edge of the dumpster with the forklift and just pushing it in, then lifting the bottom to dump everything, then pick it back up and put it back on the forks. So I made a hinged box, the barrel dumper, with channels at the bottom and a piece on top that the barrel channels slide into. Now to dump the barrels, just pick one up, forklift still, put it in the barrel dumper, then pick up the barrel dumper and put it over the edge like before. Then I just have to push it over and use the forklift to lift to empty it, then use the edge of the dumpster to flip it back up as I back away. That was a bit longer than I expected, and it's hard to explain exactly how much easier it is now to dump the barrels, but believe me, it's a lot easier now. Many moons ago, me and my buddies worked a summer job as farmhands at Farmer Coop. We did the usual lowest of the low skill jobs. Cutting grass, cutting up waste wood, etc. At the end of one shift I was returning with my weed whacker back to an offsite staging area where a buddy of mine was finishing up literally the last chunk of wood he had to cut to finish the multi-day job he was assigned. Just as I pass him, his chainsaw chokes for the last time and runs out of petrol mix. Well, the problem is that we've already ran out of fuel we brought with us that day from Central. You could see that he was definitely not looking forward to having to fuel up the chainsaw at Central first thing tomorrow, going back to this single chunk of wood, then going back to Central and go to whatever the actual other job he's supposed to be doing. 30 minutes wasted. Not to mention the hilarity that would ensue when the other guys find out. We had trouble containing our laughter already. As he was triple checking there was really no fuel left anywhere and about to give up, I realized I do indeed have a weed whacker slung across my shoulders. And it runs on the same petrol mix. Carefully we unscrewed both fuel caps, angled the whacker just so the last remaining spoon worth of fuel drained into the chainsaw, and I got the honors of cutting the last piece as savior of the day. Oh well. Tomorrow's 30 minutes. I could tell that from that point on the older guy who was supervising us no longer thought of me as that it guy who just came to his coop to get paid to play with farm equipment. A manufacturing company was having trouble with shipping empty boxes on occasion that were supposed to contain parts. They hired an external engineering firm to find a resolution. The firm spent weeks analyzing the system and developed a solution where an alarm would trigger when an empty box moved across a scale, alerting the floor worker nearby to remove the empty box and restart the line. The plant manager was so excited when he would hear the alarm go off because he knew it was working. After a couple days, he realized he had not heard the alarm in a while and he panicked, thinking the system had failed and they were shipping empty boxes again. He rushed down to the floor to inspect the scale. As he approached the scale he noticed a fan next to the conveyor and pile of empty boxes on the floor. He asked the floor employee what was going on. The employee told him John on first shift got tired of having to get up to remove the empty boxes, so he stuck a fan there to blow them off the conveyor before they hit the scale. John solved a complex problem, one that the engineering firm was paid thousands to do, with a very simple solution, driven by pure laziness. The ordering process for id kit at my job was ridiculous. It was a system on top of an existing system on top of an existing system. Say you want a new printer or an upgraded laptop. You fill in an online form which then gets emailed to your direct manager for approval. Then your manager approves it and forwards it to procurement who review it and approve it after verifying there's a business case for the spend. Then it comes to the id service desk who enter all of this into another online form which then goes to the head of it for approval. This type of purchase comes out of the id budget. Once she approves it, a ticket is generated which goes back to the service desk who forward it to the local id responsible for that site. Then, the local id enters it into the ordering system, which then auto-emails the requester's manager, procurement and head of it for their approval. When they sign off on it, the local id gets another notification that says all of this has been approved. You can now place the order. After having all of this explained to me, I asked the question, if all this needs to be approved by everyone involved at that final step, why not just skip to that? User puts in a ticket to the service desk. That comes to me. I put in the order. Then everyone involved gets a notification requesting approval. The approved deny, then I place/don't place the order. Don't know if true, because I've seen a few renditions, but always gave me a chuckle. A toothpaste factory had a problem. They sometimes shipped empty toothpaste boxes without the tube inside. This challenged their perceived quality with the buyers and distributors. Understanding how important the relationship with them was, the CEO of the company assembled his top people. They decided to hire an external engineering company to solve their empty boxes problem. The project followed the usual process: budget and project sponsor allocated, RFP, and third parties selected. 6 months and $8 million later, they had a fantastic solution, on time, on budget, and high quality. Everyone in the project was pleased. They solved the problem by using a high-tech precision scale that would sound a bell and flashlights. Whenever a toothpaste box weighed less than it should, the line would stop. Someone would walk over, remove the defective box, and then press another button to restart the line. As a result of the new package monitoring process, no empty boxes were being shipped out of the factory. With no more customer complaints, the CEO felt the $8 million was well spent. He then reviewed the line statistics report and discovered the number of empty boxes picked up by the scale in the first week was consistent with projections. However, the next 3 weeks were 0. The estimated rate should have been at least a dozen boxes a day. He had the engineers check the equipment. They verified the report as accurate. Puzzled, the CEO traveled down to the factory, viewed the part of the line where the precision scale was installed, and observed just ahead of the new $8 million solution sat a $20 desk fan blowing the empty boxes off the belt and into a bin. He asked the line supervisor what that was about. "Oh, that," the supervisor replied, "but the kid from maintenance put it there because he was tired of walking over to restart the line every time the bell rang." At a school I taught at, the head of our key stage liked information and sheets on working boards/displays to be laminated, and these were to be changed every week, at least. Rather than wasting money and time laminating sheet, I made a couple of hollow laminate pouches for A4, A5 and A3 sheets, so all I had to do, when the time came to change the displays, was take out the old pages and slide in the new ones. She was pissed off when she found out months later, but couldn't give an explanation when I asked why. I also pointed out I had saved the school about 40 laminating pouches, which was better for the environment when you consider all the old ones were just thrown away. She said it was the principal, no pun intended, and told me not to do it again. I kept doing it and got the others doing it too. She lost her BAP, Irish slang for having a big raging meltdown, and said I was deliberately undermining her. I admitted that I had, and everyone would be much happier if she had just acknowledged that I had good idea. I handed in my notice that day, and she looked like a prick telling our key stage to stop using my method, still unable to give a reason as to why. Her name was Karen. I work in a packaging factory. We make the packages for Chips Ahoy, Oreos, Halls, a bunch of Canadian snacks, M&Ms, even those bags full of variety candy you can buy in bulk. In particular, Halls are a pain to pack out. So much so that they're brought over a table that raises and lowers, so you can adjust it to the height of the pallet and the height of whoever is using it. It also spins, so you can put rolls on it directly from the conveyor instead of walking around. Right? Really useful and time saving. We also have to wrap the top of the pallets. The pallets of Halls are only about 2 to 3 feet tall, so our conveyor wrapper does not register the top of the pallet. We have to do the top half of it. That entails us using a hand wrapper and walking around and around the pallet until it's thick enough. That makes us pretty dizzy and makes it very easy to trip over the numerous things laying around, including the cord for the remote on the table that should been buried because I sprained my ankle on it doing that exact thing. Anyways, my partner gets the bright idea to unlock the table so it'll spin. Instead of walking around it, like we've done for years, he sticks the wrap onto one side, grabs the corner of the pallet, and just spins the entire table. It takes a lot more energy than simply walking around the table, but it's faster and saves us from tripping on anything. In 1992 I was supervising men on parole orders and probation orders in a notorious area of our city. My boss didn't seem to know very much about criminal justice, and he spoke in such an utterly pedantic and convoluted way that nobody ever wanted to have to speak to him, so he got ignored. This was unfair, because our workload was horrendous. He took no interest in us or our work, and only enthused about camping point of course. He went to every 2 to 3 day conference that was available, so he could suck up to higher management point. He was seldom in the office, because he was claiming huge mileage allowance for going to faraway prisons. We constantly received memos about stupid trivial things. In the end we got burned out and left the profession. He got promoted. Only then we found out he had a large number of clients whom he only seen twice, one to start the order and once again to discharge it. He falsified records, told our area manager we were lazy and needed constant direction, and he took the credit for his large funny caseload point. I really think all his behavior was just a strategy. He knew how to play the system and play us. My first year out of graduate school, I needed a summer job before starting my first job as a high school business teacher. I went through a temp agency and got a job as a receptionist making minimum wage at my city's most prominent architect firm. My first day, I was taught the archaic system for using the phones, taking messages, etc. Within the first week, I was bored and began playing around with their computer system and figured out they had the capacity to automate messages, etc. rather than handwriting and hand delivering important messages, etc. The bosses noticed and asked what else I could do. I told them the way they managed their client databases with paper files was a bit tedious and they could save a lot of time using a basic database. They asked me to build it. I was bored and agreed. Then they asked me to come in and give a training seminar to all of their partners and executive staff. Little did I know they would follow up with a hefty check that would be more than a semester's pay of teaching for about 3 hours of real work. In hindsight, it was that sweet spot in history where few people really knew how to truly use Microsoft Office. I guess I should have gone into consulting. I reduced 6 hours of work into 3 minutes because I hated to write point at the cookie factory. The QC techs had to go to the cabinet and get the formula for the next day's production. They would copy the formula and on the bottom cover any information that wasn't relevant to the size we were making. Then they would print out however many batches we were making of that copy, then hand number 1 of 6 then 2 of 6 etc. while initialing and dating each one. Then after the formulas were made they would start on the operator and QC sheets which said how heavy the dough pucks should be at various stages, how many cookies in a bag, how much the bag weighs, etc. There was 5 sheets they had to make like this for each run of cookies and each one was handwritten with information taken off of a printed out Excel sheet. I did this for about a month and decided it was finally time to kill myself. But I also realized that all the form templates were made in Excel, the lookup information, and the formulas as well. It was all about 10 different forms at most. After standardizing all 400 formula sheets, making the operator sheets read-only, creating a dashboard, while sprinkling in basic VBA, I saved a ton of time. The only bottleneck was the printer. The QC techs just had to enter the product SKU, the quantity, date, and their initials, and then it printed everything. When I had the staff meeting on each shift to show the techs, they lost their minds. Literally hours every day filling out these forms vanished as it turned into minutes, with most of that waiting for the printer. The old Mexican ladies who worked as techs brought me food for a week and were so happy. Basic Excel skills took me from an easy third shift QC job to overseeing several different plants. My data hoarding and ability to format Word docs was 90% of why I was able to do that despite having no background in food safety. Here's a story from one of my textbooks in college. There was once a packaging factory that every once in a while, the machines would accidentally forget to put the product in the box, leading to several customer complaints over the years. The owner, wanting to address this issue, hired an engineer to fix the problem. The engineer toured the entire factory, surveying how many empty boxes are shipped out compared to filled boxes. Which machines did this, and came up with the following system. When a box came out of the packaging process, it would then sit on a scale that would weigh it. Anything under the set weight would trigger a light and a beeping sound in the control center. It would then be a technician's job to walk by the packaging machines and inspect if it's an actually empty box, or if it's a smaller product point. The plan goes into place, and for a time it works. Reports get to the owner of how many boxes per month are empty and caught before they go out to customers, but about 6 months later the owner isn't getting any reports of empty boxes. So he goes to the factory to ask the technician what's wrong with the system. Oh, that button? The technician responds, I got tired of having to constantly walk down to the floor each time, so I just put a large fan on the scale. Any empty boxes just slide off the conveyor. The specific details are a little off, but that's the gist of it. So I'm a middle school teacher, and for years, I was very much the no, I can do everything, and didn't want the kids helping me. However, over the last 3 to 4 years, I realized how much more I could get done if I just let them do things for me. Now, they run all my errands for me, sort textbooks, organize my shelves, can do cutting/bagging prep for lessons that involve sorting, etc. Most recently, I realized that I could task them with going around to check other students' work. Anyone who has taught or knows what 7th grade kids are like knows that they are the most social creatures on the planet. I was wary of letting 8 to 9 kids in a class of 30 walk around and check work, but honestly it has been a lifesaver. Let's say I have an activity where students had to cut/sort/paste trays of different types of economic systems. I'm rushing around trying to help my students who have questions, but there's only one of me. Now, the first 8 or so students who finish, and I check their work that it's correct, I give them a marker and let them go around and check work. It doesn't matter to me which students they are, and sometimes the students are motivated by this to become a checker, and even if a gossipy kid ends up over at a friend's desk, the friend who isn't finished is usually just happy to have help and wants to get finished. First job out of uni, I was admin at a student union back home with family. My boss used to have my role and promoted when her boss moved jobs. Every single room booking has to be stored somehow. They put them all in a paper diary. Every week students have generally booked out the same rooms week after week. I couldn't see the point of writing it and told my boss just this: show me a better and faster way then, but it's not the computer. She didn't know, but I was so bored that I had been peril testing the system already, ready enough by creating a second diary and just doing reoccurring diary entries. I showed her only for her to tell me I was eating my time. I agreed and asked to stop doing the book. Not the response she wanted point. So she dared me. We fill out all the business society entries and fastest system wins, but I know it will be me. I agreed, took the paper to see simple booking, same room, no stops from now until December at the same time, and typo she's finishing up her, and when you lose you'll drop it, and no more of this Outlook diary stuff. Told her I had already won, just as she finished for her to laugh at me. I had a rag friend next to me for all this staying quiet who had watched me literally typing while this is going on, and being on a knit course knew what was going on. He went nope, she won. Poor lady couldn't understand how I had done it all without her even leaving the room. That she gave me the next one for First Aid Society. This time she watched. She double checked every entry, but yay, nothing was wrong, and move was backed up. If there was a fire, or could be reached remotely point. I left that job after 6 months with her letting me get away with so much shit after that, because she knew that if I could I would make it better and faster for everyone involved. She was happy I left, though in some ways, I was less an employee by the end and some staff were picking on me, and I had no clue, or was being screamed at, because their students faked up, and didn't get their forms in on time for something completely out of my hands. I was basically picked on because of where my desk was located, and because I was always available if need be for students, because I'd finished everything up so quickly, having automated it all. Previous to me, they were working all day to get paperwork sorted, or chasing students for things. I didn't work that way. Point, I have a hand injury, so loud of writing for no reason is a no. Also chasing down students for details, also nope. If they wanted to be at Freshers Fair they needed to give me all the details for the year of all exec. I wasn't going to chase them all year each time when I had a good data collection moment. Want money out of your account? Are all your details up to date for all exec? No, then get that sorted and you'll get your money. Want a room? All your details up to date? No then no room. Upper management was so pissed when I handed in my notice. They were trying to push her to make me automate every other department, but pay me nothing extra, and continue to be treated as a receptionist for students I love. That lady and we are still friends, but the rest of them were VI peers, and so glad to see the back of that place. As a CAMPC undergrad, I was finishing it part-time. My first paying job was manually calculating the monthly sales report. It was horrific. Be warned. The office manager who proudly developed part of this system took me through the steps. The company had an ancient order management systems, so they had to pay some sketchy third party decades later to write some Microsoft Access project to generate sales reports. So this Access project would basically just print about a box worth of A4 reports. It would be sales by customer, builders, merchants, branch level. I would then use a pack of highlighters to color code the product category. I would then take this paper-based data and then re-enter it into a spreadsheet. Basic report, count by branch and product. Oh, and sales region. Let me tell you something. It took me 2 weeks to complete a monthly report. I did it once like that. I then pretended to be busy working on something else, and the next 2 weeks, I pulled apart the piece of crap Microsoft Access project, wrote my own, and created a full data warehouse, with everything nice and neatly structured into pre-computed tables. Then I used some funky connectivity features across Microsoft Excel, and Microsoft Access and pivot tables. Seriously, the single best office-based feature manuscript ever made. So pivot table plus OLAP cubes, think sorted tables. Now I had a pivot table view over the entire data. Best thing was the data warehouse I scheduled to update every 24 hours. I was afraid of breaking a live system and technically had no approval to do this. So now the next month's worth of reporting comes round. I do it in one day and basically just scrolled the internet for the next 2 weeks. I guess I fall under this bucket. My first job was back-end processing for a bank. And I say back-end, it is where we reconcile the accounts of the bank against the trader's records. In order to do this, we often needed to post journal entries. This was a manual process, from preparing the journals to inputting them in IBM communication. This normally took 3 hours a day due to the volume of transactions we had to process every day. 4 weeks into my role, I got fed up of doing this manual job and wanted to learn more, but time was an issue because this took up at least half of my day, and during peak periods, I tend to have overtime of 4 to 5 hours a day. So I started developing tools through self-learned script, researching and figuring how to use nested Excel formulas to translate system references to readable formats and to prepare the journals. This included printing paper documents, standardizing the format on Excel, and lastly, input the data into the system. I ended up saving 2 headcounts in the process, giving more resources to more important tasks. Unfortunately, I left the job after 18 months mainly due to unfair treatment. But the tools I developed was used for a period of time after I left. Although it is now obsolete because they upgraded their software, but my name will always be carved in stone for starting the process. This is one of those examples that I'm proud of and think about when I see that quote by BG. I still always tell people that I'm a lazy person and I would do anything in order to sneak past a few unnecessary steps. And this was how I now got involved in LSS and agile concepts of working. At my work, I have to remember how to handle an impossible number of very different situations and then do a write-up on them afterward, as well as often call clients and tell them about it. So every time I have to do a new thing like this, I make an algorithm for myself and a script to tell clients and save it to a Google Doc so I can access my algorithm from any device. I also made phrases to fill in all the write-ups. I never attempt the same thing twice. It takes a lot of upfront work, but then it's smooth sailing after. My coworkers just look things up again and again when they forget and do the write-up all over again. I shared access to my Google Docs with them, but they never use it. We often ask each other how to do things because everyone remembers different things. They always ask me how to do something that is in my algorithm stash, and I get tired of explaining over and over that it's in the Google Docs, so I just print it out and hand it to them when they ask. Every time it's like they've never seen it before and they're super excited. Work smarter, not harder. Edited. I don't mean to rag on my coworkers. They each have their own ways in which they excel. I guess I excel at being lazy. Last year I was assigned a task involving using a software that would generate a specific number and had to put it on a spreadsheet, including timestamp and other relevant information. I had to do this for about 1000 times in such a manner that my data would be reliable as fast as possible. Solution? Download 2 FOSS, one for mouse keyboard macro and another for OCR, on-screen character recognition. Spent about 1 hour configuring and testing everything, and sent it to work overnight. Next morning the spreadsheet had about 10k inputs with millisecond precision timestamp point another one, a couple of months. After joining my current job, I've noticed that my colleagues did a manual task that involved using a software to capture one information, then manually editing a XML file to register this thing into another software. Many times, due to human error, bad indentation, selecting the wrong input file and such, would lead to problems down the whole process, losing precious time with troubleshooting. So, in about 2 weeks, I've developed, in my off time, but I enjoy doing it, a simple software that automated the steps that failed often, and simplified this registering, including managing the previous work done in the past. It has been over a year already, and they are still using my tool. I still do some automating over my work, mostly to avoid human error. I'm terrible with repetitive tasks and simple of use. I used to work at Taco Bell. When I was a teenager I would usually close a store down. Well, after making hundreds of tacos everyone wants to go home. So we would all separate into different tasks, so we can all get out of there faster. One of the tasks I would do was fill up this huge sink with ice and then add water so we can put all the hot foods in it so it can cool down before we refrigerate it for tomorrow. This would consist of having to stand in front of the ice/soda machine while holding the ice button and let it all fall into this tub. It could take about 15 minutes or so going back and forth to drop the ice into the sink. It was boring just holding the button and making sure the ice fell into the tub. That is until I thought, wait, we could get out faster if we can somehow automate this. I took 2 extra large plastic cups and cut the end of them to tape them together to make a funnel of a sort. I would then connect these cups, one end where the ice machine connected and the other end into the tub. While it was on a rolling table used for food I taped the ice button and now we saved 15 minutes every night going home. But then I thought about it from a business perspective. Let's say 3 workers are there closing, and let's say they all got paid $8 an hour just for this example. $8 hour x 0.75. 15 minutes per person equals 45 minutes, equals $6 every night, or about on average $180 a month. The owners I worked for had about 7 locations. If they all implemented the same tactic, the owners couldn't potentially save $180 x 7 equals $1,260 a month or $15,000 a year, while making workers happier to go home earlier than before after a closing shift. TLDR equals 2 extra large cups used as a funnel can save one Taco Bell restaurant $180 a month. I've done this at most companies I've worked. Most notably, I inherited a job function for importing clients into our system every week. Anywhere from 200 to 1000 on a given week. They had this long checklist of things to look for, like checking for certain characters that would take down system, checking for duplicates, checking for certain fields being incorrectly flagged. Anyway, I moved the list of clients, 500k plus, from Excel spreadsheet into a SQL database. I started capturing all data points instead of just the ones they told me to. Since they liked Excel, I just linked an Excel sheet in the SQL table to satisfy them, and then had macros, lookup functions that did all my normal routine checks that used to take an entire day. Had some concatenate functions to normalize the data for upload. One day they decided to start this huge project which was to capture all the data points input by the end user when requesting a new client. Took me all of 5 minutes to drag those fields into my Excel query from the database. In addition, other teams started catching wind of my database and starting hooking into it to grab information as well. To this day I'm pretty sure the database is still called Dismal Display 6 Client Database and widely used across the company. I got a lot of accolades and job security for something I built literally because I was lazy and wanted to free up my Fridays because I like to go out on Thursdays. I was working at Amazon as a box shepherd tending the flocks. The packages are dropped by conveyor onto a belt, and you grab them and carry them up and down the lanes on 2 pallets. Eventually people started figuring out that if you picked a few pallets to manage and just stood there waiting for packages with those pallet numbers to come down the belt, it was much more efficient. Sometimes you'd organize a whole row that way and we'd all get obscene scan rates while doing a relatively more restful job. We also had a position where you sorted packages coming down a conveyor. You needed to grab what was on your lane from the pile and put it onto a second conveyor belt. The only problem is the belt was really wide and the packages came down fast, so you'd be stretching all the time and missing a lot of boxes and envelopes, especially if you're under about 5 feet 10. Management placed a second person next to you so they could grab whatever you missed, but it didn't work very well. Again, eventually we figured out that if you sent the other person to the other side of the conveyor and had them push your lane's packages to your side, you wouldn't have to stretch and you'd grab almost 100% of your packages. Management didn't care too much. In a previous job, one of the first tasks I was assigned to do was to manage the access to a specific SharePoint site. This was used for document management and different teams should only have access to specific folders of it. When a new folder for a specific team was created, every individual user had access to it by default, meaning that every time a new folder was created, access was granted to over 1,000 users, but only around 10 of them should have access to it. I can only assume it was this bad because the person that created or managed before I didn't know how to use it properly, but management didn't want to change it. In this case, the only way to remove the access was to select the users one by one and then click remove access, or you could select multiple users also one by one and then click remove access so all the users were removed. But if you selected more than 300, the system would stop working and nothing was done, meaning that if you selected more than 300 users and didn't count properly, you wasted a ton of time. I was told that this took 3 to 4 hours on average for one folder. I did this manually the first 2 days. After that I created a thing on Excel that would open the specific page, then click 299 users, and then show me the page to just click remove access, and so on until only the 10 required users had access. I went from 4 hours to like a couple of minutes, but I would only reply with confirmation after 3.5 hours had passed, and I kept doing that for almost a year while reading books or studying at the side. As a new accountant at my former employer, I was tasked with a lot of recurring report and data handling. We had a monthly tax filing which required pulling a query into another Excel file, some manual copy/pasting, and inputting the results to a state website. Everyone who had previously completed the task complained about how onerous and time-consuming the process was. I stepped through the first 2/3 of the process and found a shortcut that would shave a couple hours, 50% of the task time, off the process. I wrote a VBA macro to create an upload file based off our working file. I spent about 2 hours on the clock and a few hours at home working on it before everything worked properly. I loaded the file and went on with my week. The next month rolls around and one of my teammates is tasked with the report. I show said teammate my script who runs it flawlessly, saving a couple hours of her far more valuable time. She tells my boss about it, who admonishes me because I didn't run the update past her before I even attempted to work on it. I automated a number of reports and processes for other people, but this was the first and last one of hers that I touched. I had a job years ago at an engineering company working on a software product. I was the only one on the team with software experience, but I was also more than 10 years younger than everyone else, so my suggestions were roundly ignored. At one point we needed to convert several thousand formatting heavy documents from flat PDFs, that is essentially an image, to HTML. I suggested we could do this with some scripting. The older guys basically told me that was a stupid waste of time, to shut up and just do it by hand. We don't have time to write a whole program just for this little job. Sometimes you just need to buckle down. I got some free OCR software, and wrote a simple script that read in the files, ockered them, spell checked them, and then wrote out a formatted HTML file. This took about a day. Running my assigned 1200 or so files took another day. I elected not to share the results of my stupid idea with the people who had told me not to do it. Over the weeks that the team was working on this effort, I submitted a steady 20 to 30 per day, by far the fastest of the group, but not so fast as to arouse suspicion. My next performance review said to hesitant to make suggestions, offer opinions. To be honest, I've never seen a lazy person actually come up with a brilliant solution to any task. In fact, it has always been the hard-working ones that came up with new ways to find more efficient ways to do things so they could focus on doing something else. However, I do have noticed that lazy people often do excel in some things. Most noticeably is the ability to act. They are able to pad out speeches and written texts with useless rhetoric that simply increases their word count. They can often talk in a way that is engaging to the listener, even if what they are saying is actually of very little substance. They are good in finding low-effort jobs in any group project, or simply establish themselves as some kind of general motivator or coordinator or support, so everyone thinks they are helpful and needed when they actually contribute very little. Related to the above, they often have good social skills and can grasp how to best approach an authority person that will judge their performance, like teachers, supervisors, managers, etc. They are willing to take risks of inaction, so they are willing to wait for some issue to resolve itself, or be forgotten about, or they don't study a subject in hopes it won't be relevant to a final exam, or they try to delegate tasks and responsibilities with some excuse. However, all that said, back in school there actually were quite a few lazy solutions to getting good grades, though the lazy kids weren't the ones making use of them. We had one art teacher who was always enthusiastic about demonstrating how to do something, but would then forget he did so. So you could always ask him for help on your project. He would help you and do a much better job than you would be able to, and then once grading day came about he would be impressed by your project, even if he actually did probably half of it himself. One religious teachers took her religion actually very serious and graded students, but how good of a Christian she perceived them. It was always funny to see some of the nastiest students act like they are the most innocent little lambs who have ever walked the earth. Another teacher never managed to really learn our names or remembered much about us. Early on in the semester I was able to impress him once by reciting some textbook definition of a scientific thing from memory. He was really awed by it, and even though I never participated too much for the rest of the semester, he gave me a good grade. In sport, the worse you did, the more attention the teacher gave you, and the more he was convinced that you were trying really hard, and you got a good grade simply because you put in that much effort. Doing only average was actually the worst you could do. Also in sport, under the same teacher, being a pretty girl and having some excuse to never participate in sport, but doing like 2 presentation and doing some light helping, like collecting thrown balls or set up equipment, would give you a much better grade than someone who actually participates. Just generally being a teacher's pet was a huge advantage. Also, and this is probably the most controversial to some, but if you were a girl, learning to play your gender card really made a lot of things easier for you. In my experience, girls just had a ton of preferred treatment all around and could get away with a lot that most boys couldn't even think about. Damn, I see this all the time in software development. So not lazy person per se, but I think what Bill Gates implies is someone who can solve the big picture or the tiny problems by thinking of something outside the box. For instance, without being too technical, I still don't understand why in the year 2020 there are still developers out there that will spend half their lives making sure all their indentations are correct and make sure all their strings are nicely aligned, when it would be so much more productive to just install a linter and just ctrls to format all the code automatically. This however can backfire. Take for instance timeouts. Timeouts, not to be confused with 0-second timeouts, are the bane of every good developer. To be honest, when you have a timeout, you are basically telling your computer, gee, I really have no idea what's going on, but maybe wait a couple of seconds and see if that works. So it is actually really annoying to see developers shrug their shoulder at a problem and solve it by increasing the timeout. It's really stupid, because it will be fine for a while, then it will break as the program grows in size, then it will be fixed, and the process goes on and on until the program feels really slow and bloated. You know that feeling, when you are trying to load a game or an application on your computer, and it becomes so freaking slow? Usually this is caused by 3 things. There is residual memory, that is not being garbage collected. There are a lot of concurrent threads, that are being mismanaged, and or timeouts. So just know when your copy of Windows is taking ages to start up, chances are, it could be doing nothing but waiting for that timeout to expire. Example. Me, I'm an IT program manager, recently laid off. I have built this brand identity around my work. At work, I get the job/project done faster, under budget, ahead of time. It's actually really simple once you realize that everyone sits on their ass and twiddles their thumbs for a while. I don't want to keep the work on my desk, and I want some free time. I want time to relax, listen to audiobooks etc. So when I get the task, I get my portions done very fast and effectively. I also seek out more work, so I can get all possible tasks out there for me on my desk, so that I can prioritize properly. This has an added benefit of appearing as a self-starter, go-getting etc. So once I have the task, I get them to a state where they are off my desk and are waiting for someone else's input. Then, you get some free time. I check with the people periodically, ensuring that I'm on top of it, and checking up, and making sure it's moving, but generally, during this time, there's a lot of free time. The workplace has been designed for the person who chit-chats about the game last night, or talks about their life to others, or spends time being buried at work and always having infinite work and blaming others. Yet, what has happened is that the work has increased, but the ability to take ownership of that work and self-start has gone down. People see work as pain. I see it as my next opportunity to strengthen my brand. It also puts me at a great place for salary negotiations. I find that people who aren't seeking and able to create free time are also highly inefficient. They mull over insignificant details, have long meetings to discuss a tiny number of facts. I prefer to get super clear, discuss quick decisions during morning stand-ups, and just walk to someone's desk for a quick decision, task, assignment etc. Point works for me. I was an actor, part of theater group. We've been doing performance in old building. A castle. 4 floors and kilometers of corridors. Show happened on every floor. Audience was walking from room to room where actors were playing their part. The director had this idea to talk with local university radio station to make 1-hour show during performance, so every actor who lives in this building will listen to this show. So, characters are more merged in this strange reality, and even if they sit separate in every room, will be somehow connected. Point audience will listen fragments of the show in one room, and other part in other room. Point people who will not get tickets. Number of audience members was super limited, can participate in just by tuning to the radio. We'll have an extra sell point for performance that is happening simultaneously in the building and on air. Multimedia point. When he came up with this, we were like, that's brilliant. Nobody did it before. We crossing genres, mixing theater with radio. Super idea point. And he was, yes, but you know what's best? We just buy every actor a cheap radio, and that will be music for performance. No need for laying kilometers of cables, no need for tens of speaker carried on stairs, and no need for sound mixing. Copper pasta from somewhere. I was once on a US military ship, having breakfast in the wardroom, officer's lounge, when the operations officer, ops, walks in. This guy was the definition of not a morning person. He's still half asleep, bleary-eyed, basically a zombie with a badgel. He sits down across from me to eat his badgel, and is just barely conscious. My back is to the outboard side of the ship, and the morning sun is blazing in one of the portholes, putting a big bright ass circle of light right on his barely conscious face. He's squinting and chewing, and basically just remembering how to be alive for today. It's painful to watch point, but then zombie ops stops chewing, slowly picks up the phone, and dials the bridge. In his well-known "I'm still totally asleep" voice, he says, "Hey, it's ops. Could you shift our Apache Air 165? Thanks." And puts the phone down. And then he just sits there, squinting, waiting point, and then Ever so slowly, I realize that big blazing spot of sun has begun to slide off the zombie's face and onto the wall behind him. After a moment it clears his face, and he blinks slowly a few times, and the brilliant beauty of what I've just witnessed begins to overwhelm me. By ordering the bridge to adjust the ship's back and forth patrol by about 15 degrees, he's changed our course just enough to reposition the sun off of his face. He's literally just redirected thousands of tons of steel and hundreds of people so that he could get the sun out of his eyes while he eats his bajal. I'm an awe point. He slowly picks up his bajal, and for a moment I'm terrified at the thought that his own genius may escape him, that he may never appreciate the epic brilliance of his laziness, since he's not going to wake up for another hour. But between his next bites he pauses, looks at me, and gives me the faintest sly grin, before returning to gnaw slowly on his zombie bajal. Not sure where I got this from, but I bet Reddit will come to the rescue point. So there was this company that packages some stuff into boxes and loaded it directly into the truck. However, for some reason the machine would package at a random time an empty box and load it into the truck, messing up delivery numbers and whatnot. Point: the boss got tired of this and hired some engineers. After many hours and dollars they came up with following adjustment. Right before loading, a industrial scale would weigh the box and turn on an alarm. A worker would need to stop the machine and take the box out from the assembly line and restart. Point: after some time the boss noticed that there were no incidents and got suspicious. So he walked to the assembly line with his engineers, and what they found surprised them. So they asked the worker what he was doing. He responded with that he was tired of getting to stop, take out and restart the machine every time. He figured that the boxes unloaded were light enough to get blown from the belt with a mobile ventilator. The boss was OFC furious, but not on the worker, but his engineers. That made him spend a lot of money on a state-of-the-art industrial scale. I used to work maintenance and do grounds for a luxurious apartment complex. Point: I was 18 at the time and was previously working in construction. They had an array of tasks for the green areas that apparently took all day for the previous people doing the job. I was given a list with over 20 things to complete on a single day, and I thought it was ridiculous, but didn't complain, since it seemed better than doing construction all day. Most of those tasks could be done simultaneously by simply going around the entire property with a trash bin. I put some wheels on it. I would be done with every task within an hour or two, and my supervisors were cool enough to let me sit in the office and be on my phone for the rest of my shift. Point: task included watering plants, asked for a soaker hose, and simply turned it on my first walkthrough, picking up trash, the rolling trash bin, cleaning pool, cleaning out fire pit, feeding peacocks, tied a bag of food to the trash bin, spray weed killer, asked for a backpack sprayer so that I could just have it on as I walked the grounds, make sure trash compactor was functioning properly, and other stuff that I can't remember since it was a long time ago. Point: I don't know if I was smart or lazy, but I was effective. Maybe it was just the people before me that were lazy and didn't care about their job. I was on apprenticeship and I hated my job. It was at Bosch AGD plant based in Europe. My main duties were to write things from SAP into Excel, print them, go around the plant and hang them in proper places, so people would get information about last day productivity, but no one really cared. Every day it took me like 5h to do so. So in the 3h I was left with, I started learning how to write macros in Excel. Next month it took me around 20 minutes a day, and so I could walk around the plant freely and do other things I didn't hate. It was like that for 2,5 months before someone realized I have a lot of free time because of it, and that made me write macros for management who had to do things like this once a week. I managed to cut their job, to sum up every person I wrote it for, from about 20h weekly to maybe 2h. Company effectively saved 4 times money than they paid me in half a year of my job, just because I freed up time for management. I left because they were still paying me minimal wage, because I was on apprenticeship. But oh, you learn from your mistakes. Writing macros was never in my job duties, so they couldn't pay me, as if I did it. I mean, more likely they didn't want to, but regardless, I'm not doing shit more than my duties in work since then. I went to college and studied Spanish with a concentration in international studies and business. Ever since I took an entry-level Spanish class in 7th grade, despite having zero Hispanic heritage, I was hooked on the beauty of the language, people, and culture. At the same time, as much as I loved the language, I was a terribly lazy student. I took all the high-level Spanish courses necessary to get the degree, including Spanish literature and Spanish for business, etc. I can't remember how many papers I had to write in Spanish, but since it was not my native language, it would take forever to try and think of the best words to use in each situation, etc. I actually don't remember if I ever wrote a paper longer than a page without writing it in English. I've always been able to spew good-looking bullshit papers that would get the grade I needed, putting it into a translation website, and then using the Spanish skills I did have to edit the grammar and word choices that stood out. I never got lower than a B. By the time I edited it down to simpler synonyms and such, no one ever considered it. I wrote a 14-page term paper on the fluctuations Argentine economy that I didn't start until 7 AM the day it was due. I was pissed that I got an 89 Ps. If it matters any, I was in school from 2006 to 2013 with some semesters off, and I never did get the degree because I was such a bad student. I ran out of student loan opportunities. Worked in global video services for one of the largest consultant firms in New York City. Part of my job was pulling audio from footage so it could be sent out to be transcribed. My manager showed me how to open the program and select file, set the destination for audio, and tell it how to be named. Yada yada yada. It was super simple, but time consuming when a single film session could have 20 to 30 individual video files. One day during my coffee break, I read about something called like action folders that you could basically assign a basic function to perform on any file dropped into it. Rather quickly I was able to set it up to extract audio and having it use the same name as the video file for the audio file, which made it super easy to know what transcription belonged to which tape. My boss was super pleased and had me teach her and a couple other in the office. A couple months later I was told I was being laid off because my position was no longer needed within the company. Shoulder. Seen it coming when they had me train an unpaid intern to do my job a couple weeks prior to the layoff. I wasn't even all that mad until I tried to collect unemployment and they said I had been fired and we had to go through third-party arbitration. I won. Y'all. Lesson is keep your tricks to yourself. Don't trust any manager at a big company who acts like your friend, and always hold on to your performance reviews. They saved my butt and proved what lying scumbags they were. Worked in the ad department at a company that sent personalized mail pieces out to people. If they were interested in more information, they would check a box on a slip in the letter, put it in the enclosed envelope, and send it back. If you're thinking, wait, there's a better way to do that. Yes, there is. They could also go to a website to do it, but a surprising number of people still did it through the mail, at least at the time, 2009-ish. Each return slip had a barcode on it with an ID number, so we could see who had taken advantage of the offer, and one person's job once a day was to scan the barcodes of all the returns we had gotten back. There were sometimes 500 to 600 per day, so this could take a person 3 hours or so. Pull out a sheet, position the barcode scanner, put it down, flip the sheet, etc. It wasn't the work that took the time, it was the constant task switching. One day I happened to be in a meeting about adding more clients, and the fulfillment department said they were worried about this becoming someone's full-time job. The person already had other responsibilities. All you need is the list of every single barcode that we receive in a text file, right? So you can import it into the database and mark the records as having taken advantage of the offer? I asked. That was right. So I asked for a sample of the slips. They were all cut the same, so the barcode was in the same place on all of them. I stuck them in the auto document feeder at the top of the scanner. I pointed the barcode reader at the barcode and held it down with some blue tack and started scanning all the slips in an email to myself. Then I deleted the email, didn't need it. But the feeder exposed each sheet of paper, one at a time, and when a new one was exposed, the barcode reader scanned it, beep, 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 at a rate of about 60 pages per minute. Not a work story, but a college story. Freshman English, our required reading, was A Room of One's Own by Virginia Woolf. I never did enjoy any level of English class, and I usually never read the assigned readings going back to high school. As with every other book I've been assigned, I didn't read this one either. My plan was to skim it and bullshit the book report. I did read the entirety of the first chapter, but one paragraph spoke to me. Specifically, this line, "Lies will flow from my lips, but there may perhaps be some truth mixed up with them. It is for you to seek out this truth and to decide whether any part of it is worth keeping. If not, you will of course throw the whole of it into the waste paper basket and forget all about it." Me, being the wussy lazy piece of shit that I am, after I read the first chapter, I went back to that line. I said to myself, "Fuck this, I'm not going to decide what's real and what's not." So I took her advice and threw the book into the waste basket, or trash as I like to call it. I proceeded to write a book report on how I shouldn't have to read a book if the author tells me I don't have to. I used some examples from the first chapter and admitted in the essay that I only read the first chapter and that I refuse to read the book. I wrote 5 pages about how I refused to read the book. I got an A on the paper. Felt bad for all those suckers who actually did read the book while I played video games. My dad just told me about a story from a workplace he used to work at, and I thought it would be cool to post it here. So basically, my dad is a software developer and the workplace he used to work at had servers that run on Ruby. For those of you who don't know what Ruby is, it's a programming language that is really bad because to put it simply, it demanded so much RAM that you needed to restart the server periodically. The thing is, the code for the server is really bad, like it relied on a bug from Linux to be able to restart. So when the bug was fixed, the server just couldn't restart unless you were to physically press the power button to restart it yourself. When brainstorming with the team on how they could fix the issue, they quickly realized that they couldn't fix the bug without basically rewriting the whole code. Well, not everything, but the changes were so drastic that it would be smart to delete everything and do the same thing in another language than Ruby. So my dad jokingly said, well, you could just place another computer in front of the server and use the disk loader to press the big power button. Everyone laughed, except the boss. He laughed his ass off for literally an hour. When he came back 5 years later, he'd left the company and saw a computer in front of the server with a note attached to it that said, "Do not move the computer, as it is used to restart the server." PS. English is not my first language, so I'm sorry if I made mistakes while writing the post. TLDR, code for the server was absolute trash and meant that the server couldn't restart. Dad joked about using a disk loader to solve the issue instead of changing the code. Boss did exactly that. When I worked in a call center, almost everything was on paper. All of our product sheets, training guides, prices, promise, etc. And it all varies by geographic market. We had a handle time goal of about 8 minutes, in which we had to handle whatever concern and sell new stuff. Well, it's hard to do all that when you have to flip through a binder for all your info. So I made myself a VBA tool in Excel, where you could just type in one piece of info, and it would come up with all the pricing and promise applicable for that customer. It would also generate notes for what you quoted them, and you could just copy it into the CRM. Saved a lot of time and yielded really great KPI scores. It was so useful, I got pulled off the floor to go develop it and work with our software CRM team on how we could integrate similar features into the system and have it self-update so all the reps could use it. It took hours of coding and formula writing for the Excel version, which maybe is a little labor intensive rather than lazy. But the end result allowed me to be lazy. Unfortunately, when we rolled it out, I had to listen to calls to see if when how reps were using it. I busted someone stealing from the company, made a vague post about having to be a snitch, no names, no company info, got suspended and kicked off my project for violating the social media policy. As I cleaned off my desk, I took my hard drive I bought and deleted all local and network copies of my work. They reinstated me, and I put in my 2 weeks. Lol. Was working weekend third shift at the Red Cross. All FDA regulated, because we are handling prescribed drugs. The job was 80% grab units out of the fridge, place in basket, place basket to one side of your workstation, scan units, Place inbox on the other side of your workstation. My second week I rearranged my workstation so I could always move things from right to left since I'm right-handed. When clocking out Monday, my manager called me in to talk about how day shift employees had been complaining all weekend about things moving around their workstation. I walked him over to show how I had rearranged for smoother flow of hands, leading to less time out of the fridge and fewer mistakes or repeat scans of unit. The conversation ended with me setting things back the way they were and agreeing to not move anything, since the people who have been working this job for 15 years were unlikely to understand or adapt to a new workflow regardless of the benefits. I left after 3 months to start in software CAB. Now I'm a scrum master and coach software teams on how to improve their own processes and approaches, all while making 5 times what I did at the Red Cross. Who's too clever now, Gerald? I think it can often applies more in it, not to say it doesn't elsewhere. My example. I started a job out of college as an application performance tester. It had all these tedious tasks day to day, which usually was given to our offshore team to do. This included copying/pasting test results from a program into an Excel sheet. Took about an hour to do per test. Sometimes we'd do 3 tests a day, and also manually updating server configurations through UI. Involved lots of copy paste. Took about 30 meters per test, again up to 3 tests a day. So just those 2 tasks could easily take up 4.5 hours every day. I did that for about 2 days before I was utterly fed up, and being a programmer, spent about 2 hours writing a tiny app that would automatically update server configurations at the press of a button, and another which did all the test result copy pasting to Excel instantly. This immediately spread to the other 15 odd members of the team once they found out. Talk about an absolutely massive gain in productivity for such a small effort. It was an extremely simple tool, just that nobody had thought to do it before, or didn't have enough developer background. I think the offshore team was actually a bit pissed off at me, because these menial tasks used to take up their entire workday, or they claimed it did anyway. After making this tool, they didn't have any excuse for what was taking them so long, and actually had to start doing more/complicated tasks. I got in trouble for this in school, even though I thought I should be rewarded. We were studying 1 million as a number, and one assignment was to see how many single lines, for instance, on a sheet of school paper, line by line down the page. All the kids were marking the lines like normal from left to right, then dropping to the next line and repeating. Lots and lots of work to see how many vertical marks a class of kids could do overnight for homework. Most kids turned in a few pages each. I turned in like 20 or more and got failed for the assignment. I had used a ruler to draw vertical lines from top to bottom with a pencil, moving the ruler a small bit each time, filling the page left to right. Then I would turn the page sideways and use the ruler again, but this time with an eraser on the school paper writing line. After erasing the page, I had a sheet of neatly spaced individual lines that were easy to count columns and rows, and know exactly how many marks were on the page. So, more of them, better, faster, more accurate and with less effort, and I got failed for not doing it like the other kids. No, I'm not bitter after 40 years, goddammit. I started a job, and we had a daily report that needed to be completed. It wasn't difficult, but it took 45 minutes to an hour to gather the data needed from all the different locations it was stored in Point. But the thing is that all the data came from personal work logs that were Excel spreadsheets inside individual folders on a shared network drive. We had approximately -40% hit support, so we had to make do with whatever we could cobble together, and so both the logs and the report were essentially the equivalent of sticky notes being handed to the boss. Enter me, who really hates that kind of repetitive work. So, with boss's permission, I spent 3 hours one day streamlining things, and turned a 45-minute report into a 30-second report. Over the next few years, as business needs changed, I ultimately turned the 30-second report into a real-time monitor, where you just have to open up the report and you have up to the second data. I also turned the 3-hour monthly report into a 30-second report, and the 5-hour quarterly report into an automatic report. In addition to creating all sorts of reports, to pull whatever information was needed at the time out of what information we had, most of which probably would have taken more 10 hours to do by hand, especially if I hadn't streamlined and standardized the various reports. Overall, I probably spent 40 hours total to save 500 hours over the course of a couple of years. I just wish I could have used a proper database, even Access, instead of jacking up the place with Excel. Here's an oldie, but goodie. I don't think anyone has posted it yet. I was once on a US military ship, having breakfast in the wardroom, officer's lounge, when the operations officer, Ops, walks in. This guy was the definition of not a morning person. He's still half asleep, bleary-eyed, basically a zombie with a badgel. He sits down across from me to eat his badgel, and is just barely conscious. My back is to the outboard side of the ship, and the morning sun is blazing in one of the portholes, putting a big bright ass circle of light right on his barely conscious face. He's squinting and chewing, and basically just remembering how to be alive for today. It's painful to watch. But then Zombie Ops stops chewing, slowly picks up the phone, and dials the bridge. In his well-known "I'm still totally asleep" voice, he says, "Hey, it's Ops. Could you shift our barput? Yeah, 165. Thanks," and puts the phone down. And then he just sits there, squinting, waiting. And then, ever so slowly, I realize that that big blazing spot of sun has begun to slide off the zombie's face and onto the wall behind him. After a moment it clears his face, and he blinks slowly a few times, and the brilliant beauty of what I've just witnessed begins to overwhelm me. By ordering the bridge to adjust the ship's back and forth patrol by about 15 degrees, he's changed our course just enough to reposition the sun off of his face. He's literally just redirected thousands of tons of steel and hundreds of people so that he could get the sun out of his eyes while he eats his badgel. I'm in awe. He slowly picks up his badgel, and for a moment I'm terrified at the thought that his own genius may escape him, that he may never appreciate the epic brilliance of his laziness, since he's not going to wake up for another hour. But between his next bites he pauses, looks at me, and gives me the faintest sly grin, before returning to gnaw slowly on his zombie badgel. This thread is making me feel good about some of my practices as the manager. I'm an assistant principal of a large public high school. The setting is different, and most educators are admittedly more purpose-driven than the average hourly college kid, but I think a lot of things still apply. If your team is all working toward the same goal, and people are awarded for their innovations and excellence, then there is no reason for employees to hide their efficiency hacks. When a teacher or staff comes up with a better way to complete a process, I praise the shit out of them, brag about them to the higher ups, try to get them extra pay, not always successful, and make sure everyone on site knows about their accomplishment and how it moves us closer to our goal. That person is overtly respected by staff and leadership and put up on a pedestal. Instead of being punished with more mindless tasks, they may be paid extra to train everybody else, get a promotion for higher pay, or at least be next in line for a promotion, be invited to join a leadership committee, which pays extra, but requires no additional time, or given an important meaningful duty. The new duty isn't just additional little things that are stupid and annoying, but an opportunity to contribute in a more purposeful way. I'm always looking for ways to financially reward employees, but you would be surprised how many people will work hard just for the appreciation and respect of their coworkers. Perfect example is when the principal needed people to come in voluntarily, no pay, on their time off for an urgent and important task which involved standing in the 90-degree heat for hours. She couldn't get anyone to help because she doesn't have those strong relationships. I sent out a message and was immediately flooded with responses. I had to turn people away because we had too many and they were disappointed. Employees will absolutely do more and higher quality work when they are appreciated and respected, especially if they believe in the mission and goal. I worked in software technical support for several years. I also did client training for a couple. Though the training position wasn't as insane, it was difficult to stay ahead of changes in the software and glitches because I spent the majority of my days with clients. When I left the company I was worn out. I went into a training position with local government. Holy shit. I had to train myself to work slower. No, slower. I would laugh when my new coworkers whined about their workload. They religiously took their breaks, and if there was work to be done at the end of the day, it sat until the next day. Nothing was urgent. Even when things should have been treated as urgent, it wasn't. There were times where I'd stay 15 minutes late to complete something, and they'd act as if I was committing a mortal sin. My job hadn't ever been done before. My boss had in his head what he thought I should be doing, but when I showed him how unrealistic that was, he backed off. My position was heavy into community relations. As long as the communities kept asking for me, it proved I was an asset. I didn't exactly have to work hard, but rather be engaged in the communities. My job was grant funded, and unfortunately we didn't win the grant to keep me on, but it was a great run. It's not so much about finding an easy way to do it as it is automating the processes involved. I use the example of coders, which I'm not. When I try to explain this concept point, we can look at Windows as an example. We all know how to use it, but there are those among us who have to navigate around and use extra commands all the time. As a result, there are hotkeys for basically everything, and if you don't have a hotkey, you can make a script to do the things you need done. All of this saves tiny amounts of time, but when you compare to doing the thing the more intensive way, you see real-time savings, and we all know time is money. Plus most coders are tired of repeating processes because they have more important things to do, like game on company time or browse Reddit. So say you save 5 seconds by automating the process that you do 12 times a day. That's a full minute saved for the same result. Now multiply that by 5 days in a week and you have a full 5 minutes of time saved. Multiply that by 52 for every week in a year and you have saved yourself 4 hours and some change. For a single process that you really don't want to bother doing manually every time it needs to be done. It's all just to free up your time. Not much different than delegating your work to an assistant. Time is the most precious resource a person has. Do you really want to waste yours doing the same thing over and over again, when you can spend a little more time initially and never/rarely have to do it again? Nearly 20 years ago I had a job which required us to review all network devices for deviations from our gold standard at least once a year. This was the largest private intranet in the world, so there were many devices and a lot of work. The review process was completely manual, and a good engineer could do about 50 devices maximum per day. So I wrote scripts that did it for me. Not only did it write the report for each device, but it generated a Delta script that could be pasted in by an unskilled engineer without causing any interruption in network services, or maybe minimal interruption due to a spanning tree configure, or whatever. This script could do a large site in 10 to 15 minutes, which was anywhere from 1000 to 1500 devices. So, I told no one. I ran it in the morning, sat on them until the end of the day, and then submitted them. No one could figure out how I could do over 1000 devices a day, when they could only do about 50. I did this for over a year. The great thing was that I was able to use my extra 7.5 hours a day to get involved with other teams unofficially and learn a ton of new things. When I quit, I gave the scripts to another guy and told him to tell no one. I've automated almost everything I've done over the past 2 decades today. I'm head of automation for a large company. Edit. In reading the comments, there's a lot of stuff about telling no one. I mentioned that above also. There is a risk that you could automate yourself out of a job, or worse, eliminate the jobs of others on your team. The reality of it is, today, there is generally not enough skilled resources in the job market to do a lot of the things that need to be done. Today, automation is mostly a means to eliminate the tedious and repetitive tasks and elevate people to doing more strategic things for the organization. I would recommend that, if you automate things, you make damn sure you have other work to keep you or your team busy before revealing the fact that you automated something. This is a conversation that I need to have with customers frequently. Some want to reduce their workforce, but some are concerned that it will reduce their workforce. Again, the reality is that automation is an opportunity to advance people in their careers and get them doing the things that aren't being done today. The one thing it can do though is eliminate some of the entry-level positions, which has a long-term impact in the industry for finding qualified talent down the road. If there's no entry level positions, how do people get into whatever particular career? When I was 25, I had a job where I programmed multiple point of sale systems. In doing so, we were required to price out each item according to the buyer's/store owner's wishes. This was roughly a 2 to 3 hour task in and of itself, depending on how proficient you were. This included pricing of entire categories of items. Well, I spent weeks creating an Excel document for the owners to fill out with their pricing that tied each item to its corresponding item number within the POS database without knowing anything about SQL yet. After that, I began to research how to manipulate the database, SQL queries, and make the database reflect the Excel file. In the end, I had created a single batch file that ran a VB script to export the entire Excel workbook that the owners filled out into CSV files, then execute multiple SQL queries that would price out each item/category. It brought the entire process down to less than 10 seconds. The whole process of getting a system unboxed, put together, programmed, and shipped normally took 5 business days. I had it down to 1.5 days by the time I left the place. I'm now a systems integration specialist and deal primarily with SQL databases. During my first job as an IT employee, there was a crazy database issue that involved constant monitoring and running SQL jobs that required you to calculate date and time parameters for running the query. This was a pretty big project with people coming in shifts to manage this tedious database issue. It was so bad that even bathroom breaks had to be rationed in order to make sure someone was monitoring constantly. This was obviously very error prone as night shift guys tend to fall asleep. Also, date time calculation messes just aggravated the issue point. So I created a Perl script that took care of the database monitoring while also calculating the date and time perfectly. I had also found an SMTP server, so it would also send out email notifications whenever anything happens. I told my manager about the script and the response I got was that the script is going to cause 10 people to lose their jobs, and it was kept under the wraps till I left the organization. After I left the organization, I was contacted by the team lead to explain how the script worked and how it should be executed. I did try to explain, but no one really understood it. Last I heard, they scrapped the whole thing and implemented a super expensive solution using big data tools. Well, basically as a sound engineer myself, I started working in a theater in my town. They got very new equipment a few months before I started work there and had been using analog gear fiddled together with a very cheap PC before. Everything workflow wise was slow as hell, and I was astounded by the fact they had such good gear and didn't quite use it the way it was meant to. As a fresh dude right from college, I started work on my first production there and used Ableton as a player, my mixing console as an automated MIDI controller. Basically I controlled everything with my computer. This made my life so much easier since I had to work 50 to 60 hours a week sometimes, and I could cut myself more time getting some fresh air, making myself a nice cup of coffee, or have stress-free shows every evening. I also could focus on stuff that didn't get enough spotlight before. Suddenly things sounded better and had more finesse, as they used to say. Nevertheless, I had to quit the job because I only needed to work a maximum of 38,5 a week, and when confronting my technical chief of staff that I could do all of the work in the time I was supposed to work, they said I can quit if it's too much for someone from my generation. Maybe I just wasn't meant for that kind of field in the theater business. Long story short, I quit because I didn't want to make plus hours. I also didn't need to, which is kind of stupid from the side of the employer, since they had to pay me more for staying longer. But who am I to judge? Years ago I was a consultant at a big oil company. You've heard of them. I technically wasn't their employee, but I was supposed to be trained as if I was, and blah 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 never actually happened. I ended up basically doing document control, but getting paid as an engineer. My job mostly consisted of checking in with a bunch of people every week and checking on the status of various documents that were coming and going, tracking their status, updating the turnaround date of people needed more time to review, and keeping track of everything on a spreadsheet. I used Excel a lot. When I started, the process would take half a week of me figuring out the status of a document, who had it, what revision we were at, on and on, super tedious and disorganized. I started learning more advanced uses for Excel. I found out how to link the spreadsheet to the company intranet in the document sharing system they used. I built commands to update the spreadsheet automatically every time it was opened. I used conditional formatting to identify where document status had changed and when we were getting close to the scheduled turnaround date. A job that used to take half the week was suddenly done before lunch on Monday. God, I was bored, but I'd bring my spreadsheet into meetings each week and review our status for the project. My boss was impressed. Eventually I got sent back to my actual company for a month before having to go back. I had left them the spreadsheet, but apparently no one knew how to actually use it, and the intern they'd tossed it to had messed it up. I ended up having to make similar spreadsheets for other projects too because it worked so well. Years ago, I was hired on at a major mortgage company to look into problems identified on closed loans, clean them up, so we can sell them. A lot of these problems were a result of poor automation. All loans of one type get this flag. Check all cosigners' ID, even when there isn't a cosigner, etc. And they'd print out reams of problems, and you'd grab a bunch, and go to those files, and start clearing issues, but most of them were things you'd automatically clear anyway. They had a list of things to just automatically clear. And they were paying is unlimited overtime. Well, I'm not stupid, and it quickly occurred to me how much time we could save by just fixing the damn code that generated all of the errors on the list, and then how much more time could be saved by making the conditions engine smart enough not to ask for stuff we don't need based on existing loan data. And so on point, after padding my bank a bit with some art, I helped make changes that cut this down from 8 people using art to 8 people doing 8 times as many loans in less than 40 hours each. We kept all the good employees and hired more while making the work more rewarding. This also got them a raise, but no art anymore. As for me, they wanted me to run that department and I declined, then moved directly into it, where I was a business analyst. No easy art, but I make more on salary now in less time, and I'm still doing what I love. Finding ways to make work more interesting and efficient. While I was working somewhere with classified data, our computers were connected to an internal network, but not to the internet. There was a process for bringing in external information on a USB drive via a series of separate computers that scanned for anything malicious. A few of us took it upon ourselves to bring the internet to the employees in the form of daily mailing lists, webcomics, pictures, articles. I was very into 3D animation and art, so I had a mailing list of 3D images. Every day I'd send a 3D image I found, with the name of the creator, and whatever they wrote about it. Every couple of weeks I'd spent an hour or two at home looking for nice 3D pictures, save them with a text file of the same name with the info, and bring them in. Every day I'd manually select the picture, copy the text, and send the email. At one point I found a website with a great gallery, where I wanted to save most of the pictures. The page was very clearly structured, with an image, a text blurb, and a next button for the next picture in the gallery. So I wrote code for 20 minutes which saves the image and text, clicks the next button and starts over. I didn't bother coding any end to the program. I let it run for 20 minutes and had over 5,000 images with text blurbs. To make things even better, I wrote a script for sending the email to, which randomly selected an image from the galaxy, put it and the text in the template, and moved the image and text into the send folder. I even had something for approving or cancelling in case I didn't like the selected image. As time went on, I was there for about 6 years. I added more mailing lists, comics, also with scripts for sending the daily emails. By the time I left I had 4 daily mailing lists, which I passed on to others, including the galleries and scripts. Obviously, I was very quick to send them, and I even automated them for periods that I was on vacation. My job was to take sketches on paper and virtually merchandise computer-generated models of the product and store and render out a visualization of the product on shelves, so that retail designers could plan how to lay out their product to sell best, as well as then pass along those plans to store managers to have their employees merchandise their franchises. I used to joke I was the best paid retail clerk in the country. Well, the first thing I did was convince them to use a template of Illustrator files so that I could generate common items / variations like t-shirts, folded, hung, half folded etc. from one product image. So they were doing all of my texturing for me, and I only needed a library of models. Then I wrote a script which let me distribute shirts or items on shelves and racks, as well as attach racks to walls and fixtures, and a nice little visual click import library of all of the retail fixtures. Then I convinced them to use names in their images for the t-shirts etc. For exactly what product it would be. 3,920,302, 390 tshirt 3.png, and had it automatically load the model and apply their texture. By this point I could look at one of their napkin sketches, just type in the product number / colorway into a rux for each shelf / hanger, and it would import the models, texture them, spread them out and hang them, randomize them a little bit, and let me place the whole completed hanger on a fixture in about 5 to 10 minutes. What used to take hours. Then I figured, why am I typing in the product names and numbers into my app? So I wrote them a website that would let them type it into the website and send an order. And I literally just clicked import, and it made an entire arrangement of fixtures. What used to be a multi-day job became one click and tweak point. Unfortunately at this point we had standardized things so well for automation that they decided to hire a Unity engine guy in-house to recreate my app in Unity using the automation friendly workflow, and we lost all of the work. We never did get to fully realize huge profits. When I started my job, came from another department, I was scared because I didn't know much about Excel and everyone was using Excel. So I learned about how it works and figured out that different formulas exist. I used an extra 20 to 30 minutes to create a template for some calculations my colleagues make on a daily basis. Just paste numbers here and get your answers there. This meant I saved time checking the calculations. I'm the team lead. They still managed to fuck things up. So I figured out how to protect specific cells in specific ways. I used my newly saved up time to find out how macros work. Admittedly I still don't know much about them, and I created a few macros to cut through a bunch of lookup and identify type of work and get to the exceptions that create issues for us. I turned a weekly 30-minute job into a 10-minute job, a 1-hour monthly job into a 10-minute job, and have developed up a few other formulas I just paste into reports to save time. This has helped my department take my levels 2.5 jobs and turn them into just the to the need to be point. A new system is coming in November that should nullify most of my macros and formulas, so I'll be getting trained in some other work and we'll make some more progress. My hopes are my workplace becomes smaller with better pay in the near future. I work for the FAA as an electronics technician. There are about 25 techs that work in my office maintaining systems at about 10 sites in the area. All these sites have a variety of test equipment assigned to them. In all we have about 200 pieces of test equipment ranging from simple multimeters and oscilloscopes to very expensive and complex pieces of equipment. Every year all these pieces of equipment have to be calibrated by a company that comes to our office and spends a week calibrating everything. A week before they show up we start bringing all this equipment into the main office. In order to make sure everything is brought in and nothing gets missed, we used to have a large binder. Every item that was brought in was manually entered into this paper binder. There were about 10 fields that had to be written out per item. It was a huge pain in the ass and time consuming. I asked if we could streamline the process, but the old person in charge refused. She liked everything on paper and couldn't work a calculator, let alone anything computer based. Well, 2 years ago I waited for everything to come in and put barcode stickers on everything. I built a database and matched each barcode to all the pertinent information for each item. The following year I set up a barcode scanner attached to a laptop and showed the techs that all they had to do was just scan everything they brought in. It took no time at all, and every time something got scanned it got removed from a list of things that need to be brought in. Every day my boss could pull up that list and see what we needed to bring in. Because I work for the federal government, I got zero rewards for saving everyone a bunch of time and only pissed off the old lady in charge of this stuff because I made her dumb. I probably could have told this story much quicker, but I'm not lazy and I like to yell in our posts. I always used to say I'm efficient lazy. I automated my scheduling for home building by building it in Microsoft Project before Build Pro really became commonplace. It allowed me to see every connection, and because I built the connections by hand, it really helped me see how every single thing affected everything else. If there was a delay, it made me able to meet my target dates above everyone else, and freed me up for quality control and trade interaction, meaning the trades loved the shit out of me and saw more of me. I started at 20 and looked young to begin with, but even though I was a young clean-cut superintendent, they learned that I was there to assist then and could lead from the front. My jobs were always ready for them, they were clean, and I gave them the proper lead time and paid on time. That translates into the best crews selecting my job, so even though I was in production building, I had better quality than custom home builders and built them in 100 to 120 days. I have references that span almost 20 years now, and many of those guys in the field when I started are running their own companies or the companies they were with when I started. Point when I was in charge of building the schedules in Build Pro for the entire region, though I noticed that with automation the dividend. Presidents just began to rely on iPads and a preset schedule to train their people. So builders turned into lazy ignorant and would try to blame me. I could not get them to understand that yes, the schedule is dynamic, but if you don't manage it correctly, not locking it all in from the start and updating daily, then it wasn't going to work. If you don't set your expectations and communicate, then the trades won't show. And if you don't update and include notes, then I cannot see the data accurately and therefore cannot help in seeing where resources are falling short. Point technology is a double-edged sword, and it still requires pride and work ethic to actually be a tool. If they had to go back to the days of hard copy prints, change orders and fax machines, they might learn a little discipline. I personally would not turn over the reins to any trainee that couldn't write a schedule forwards and backwards on a printed calendar. Not so much lazy, I guess, but smart. This was my computer science professor, who had been with computers since like the Radio Shack T something series computers, of which he has a working one. He was a wizard with Excel and hired himself out to set up projects on it and such. When it came to Office, this guy had been there, seen it all, even memorized data entry bits, maximum ability and everything. He was hired out to assist in a timekeeping endeavor at an office. This is before Kronos, and they use the old-fashioned time clocks, where you drop your card in, and it punches it. He set up a program with Excel, where each employee typed in their time at the door. Originally the paycheck lady would spend all Friday getting information into the system, and paychecks would arrive by mail the next day or following Monday, I don't recall. When he came back to check and see how the program was running, the lady playfully explained she hated him. It was just after 10 in the morning, and she was printing off paychecks. Excel had taken what took her 8 hours to do, and compiled the information, and sorted it accordingly, that all she had to do was transfer a couple numbers, and her day was now 7 hours shorter. I was 23 at the time, and was working in an IT department at a major retail chain in my country. One of the tasks we had to do was uploading updated versions of the front-end software for a Fox Pro database to each store server, from which an automated job would pick the update and deploy it to all the computers in the store. Before I joined the company, my colleagues were doing it manually by opening a remote desktop connection to a store server via manuscript net meeting, uploading the updates to the specified folder, and then doing the same with next server in the list. As NetMeeting could only have one remote control session open simultaneously, you'd have to spend a lot of time to do this job, and several IT guys were usually assigned to this task to save time. After I was given this task once, I decided to automate it as I had a knack for programming and loved optimizing. Unfortunately, the company didn't have any automation tools that would make my job easier, and any new software capable of such automation would probably cost money, which our department's head, DH, would fear to request from his superiors, even for the sake of CSI, continuous service improvement, not that CSI. So after doing some investigation and spending a few days writing, debugging and tweaking scripts for the Windows command line interpreter, aka batch files, I ended up with a set of scripts that allowed me to do all that work single-handedly, and all it required was a file with a list of store IDs that were to receive the updates. The batch monstrosity I created would loop through that file, executing other batch scripts, which would upload the update using the Windows built-in command line FTP client, completely automatically verify the operation by comparing the file size, compile a list of store IDs for which the operation failed for any reason, to allow for quick retrieves, and it would only take around 10 to 15 minutes to complete and would require just one person monitoring the process, instead of half a day and 2 to 3 people. Eventually I left the company after working there for 4.5 years because of a very ironic reason. After 2 years I was promoted to a head of a small help desk unit and was tasked with what would basically be a mix of incident management, problem management and change management. After dedicating myself to the cause and trying to apply ITIL best practices at work, I created a report of several problems that were reoccurring on a weekly basis, were very easy to fix, and would even immediately save the company's money, because each time the problem would recur, we had to call to a subcontractor to fix the issue. But whenever I approached the DH, my direct supervisor at the time, with this report, I would have been told that he's busy and that I should remind him about this next week. This went on for several weeks, after which DH said that I should no longer bother him with this. I found a new job and left after a month. When I was in high school, if you failed a minimester, semesters in my high school were divided into 2 minimester grades and then combined at the end. You would get a test called an ordinary test that would replace your final grade. If you failed that test you would get another test called an extraordinary, but this one could only be done for up to 2 courses per semester and would cover the whole semester. Since I hated group projects and most of my classes had many of them, while being worth many points in the grade, I would not do homework and fail my courses on purpose, just so I could get graded, based on a single test at the end. So high school for me was basically just having fun with my friends, and then pulling all-nighters to study for these tests after the semester was over. It was very stressful, and every semester I wondered why I put myself to that. But then at the beginning of the next semester we would get a ton of group projects and I would remember why I failed on purpose in the first place. One time the physics teacher told everyone who failed the first minimester that if they did all of the second minimester's homework then they would get a passing grade for the first minimester. Everyone agreed to these terms except for me. Between doing all the homework and just taking a test, then the test seemed like a no-brainer. So I straight up told the professor that I was good. I took the 2 physics tests for that semester and the teacher later told me that I had failed both of them barely, but he passed me anyway. God bless him. Lol. I finished high school with an average grade of C, 75/100ths. I ended up getting 2 bachelor degrees and graduating with honors in college, so I think I redeemed myself academically. Used to work with a friend breeding ball pythons. They had the space for a lot of racks, so they kept the snakes and bred rats and mice for feeders as well. In exchange for keeping my snakes with this, I cleaned out their rat and mice racks and did other little stuff to help out. Rack cleaning time. Rats and mice are gross. The way my friend was doing it was not efficient. I feel like this is common sense of how to do it, but maybe not. There were multiple racks with multiple tubs each, so a lot of cleaning to be done twice a week or more. Looking back, they weren't the brightest, but they were a great breeding partner. How my friend did it: move rats to holding tub, dump old bedding out, rinse, replace bedding, put tub and rats back in place. Now this typically took a good 5 to 10 minutes per tub depending on how cooperative the animals were. How I did it: bought more identical tubs. They're super cheap. Prefill all tubs with bedding, move rats from old tub to new and swap tubs. That's it. Like 5 to 10 minutes prep time and 10 to 20 minutes to do the actual work depending on how many tubs I had to do at that time. The other part of dumping the old tubs and rinsing them could be done at my convenience and didn't have to be done right then, but that was also much more time efficient to dump them and rinse them all at once. Some people will also just keep a spare rack and swap the animals between the racks instead of swapping out bins, but that takes more space and money. I can't even believe the amount of people I see doing it the first way still. Like, isn't this common sense? Back in high school I worked at a Radio Shack part-time. Inventory came in once, and week needed to be sorted and counted. For some reason I do not understand, all inventory came in as mixed boxed inventory. A box could contain any mixture of items and sometimes had a single item in them. We got a product sheet that listed everything on it, and we would have to count every item and verify that it was there. Most of the time multiples were in the same box, but not always. Everyone hated doing it, and it took a long time, since there was no person who just stocked. We all did sales too. I was the only high school student who worked there, so I often got forced to do it. The regular system that everyone else did was to grab a box, bring it behind the sales desk and check off the items one by one, and put them out. Well, I decided that the smart thing to do would be, or organize everything by the aisle that it was in, and put that all in a box. How no one had thought of this, I don't know. The second part was finding the items on the list and verifying the count was correct. The owner was a stickler for inventory accuracy, so part of our regular job was to do on-hand counts and adjust them. There was no real protocol, and even I had full access to change on hands. So I decided that, since I was going to be constantly counting inventory anyway, why bother with low-cost items? So anything that sold for less than $25 and wasn't particularly large and noticeable was always all there. A large portion of the items was things like electronic components, $0.21 of resistors, or cables, sub $1, and you could get hundreds in at a time. Work wanted to data for 240 locations about border closures and restrictions. I was assigned to 20 countries. Took me longer than I wanted. Spent a week pulling data from every edu gov and crediblem.com I could. Wrote a script to do the wild thing 3x a day. Got 4 GLA. Was asked to say how much daily per diem was for any city at any time, based on time of year and location, and translate flight data from GDS, travel agent code, to English, and come up with total cost including daily pay and transport to fly someone. Spent a week, because I didn't like spending 15 minutes on a task that should be just click done 10x a day. Did I mention Hawk was survey manager for telecom? Looked at every survey result and reviewed account notes to see if our issue or dumb customer. If our issue, I was powered to fix it by any means. Don't fail our reps so they lose tons of $sign. I don't like spending 30 minutes PLing a CSV into Excel. Wrote a script. Had it generate averages score per agent. The portal did too, but this was easier for me than checking. Found a back-end way to pull account notes. While sitting on a conference call I probably accidentally got invited to. Changed 8 hours of work to 2 as things still needed review, and disputes and supervisor feedback was needed. Told me to apply for system analyst. Bought a house. Was in process. Before apply for a raise. Got fired. Unless a company wants you to be lazy, do the busy work. Me. I went to a DAC mid-90s to help with base closure. Our team was cataloging / inventorying all of the hazardous material on the base, paint, chemicals, etc. My job, technically, was data entry. I had a set of CD-ROMs where I could look up products or MSDSs, and then enter the chemicals into a database that would tell us what was present on base. However, I noticed that both the CD-ROM database and the system I was entering data into used base under the hood, and I had access to Fox Pro, and I used to be a programmer. I still am, but I used to be one, too. So I took a gamble, spent 2 weeks, of 8, programming the thing. So I just had to put in a product code, and my program would do all the lookups in database A, and map to the appropriate fields in database B. Had this not worked, we, specifically me, would have been faked, because I'd have been 2 weeks behind. Note that we were physically gathering most of the smaller containers. It's not like it was a list I could catch up on after leaving the base, except for the bigger stuff that was in storage tanks, but there weren't that many of those compared to the thousands of small containers. Anywho, this multiplied my efficiency so much that I could actually go out in the field to help gather or inventory material. Some was too big to move. Rather than sitting around the supply depot doing data entry all day. We actually had enough time for leisure, fishing, not much else on a DAC. Christ alive, it must be fate that I stumbled upon this question today. A few months back, the company that I work for was looking for new staff, and so I recommended a former coworker/friend of mine who, based on what I saw when we used to work together, is a good worker. Now to preface, I'm not about to take a fat sheet on the guy and say he's a bad worker because it wouldn't be true. I also don't want to call him lazy, but if everybody else in the warehouse is labeling skids properly and yours are lopsided, yay, that's lazy. And that translates across everything this man does. If nobody complains, it's not a problem in his eyes. Well, fast forward to recent weeks and everybody's feathers are a little rustled because he does just enough and that's it. He's there for the money and takes no pride in his work, and it shows now. At the same time, our work is pretty hefty, and considering the fact that we are understaffed, shit gets real heavy, real fast. Well, doesn't this guy come up with a two-man solution to one of our warehouse's biggest tasks that, for years, has been done by about 4 people. It worked brilliantly. And it's not his first great idea either. He's had 3 hit ideas that have made everybody's head spin. Like, what the fuck? Anyways, yay. Good guy. Lazy as fuck. Intuitive. I used to work for a coffee shop. We were a very small cramped store inside a casino with usually only 2 employees working, 1 on register and 1 on bar. As someone who was overworked and underappreciated, I found more efficient ways of making the drinks. I know this goes against insert name standard, but I do not care. Mayo. We made the most money out of any outlet inside the casino, so we were expected to shell out service extremely fast. We also had internal promotions not promoted by a corporate store on top of regular promise, so we were double busy. None of the below methods I used compromised the taste of the drink, and customers were often surprised and happy at the speed of service. Shaking, stirring, really, the tea's inside the cups, rather than in the shaker, making more than one of the same flavor of frap in the blender, or if they had the same base but one had coffee and the other didn't. I would blend the amount for 2 drinks, pour the first one, add coffee, then blend again, and pour the second drink, immediately after pouring anything, whether it be milk, or a frap out of a blender, put that item to rinse under water. We did not have the upside down rinser that saves water. Storing the blender right side up with the lid inside, this allowed me to quickly grab the blender with one hand and start making the drink right away. Queuing shots directly over the maquitas instead of into the shot glasses, keeping 1 can of whip out next to the handoff station. We went through them so quickly they never lasted more than 30 minutes, keeping a rag handy and wipe down any mess off the counter as soon as it occurred, making whips directly in the canister rather than measuring it out with a measuring cup. I'm sure there was a lot more, but that's all I can recall. I worked there years ago, so it's a little foggy. Our store was mismanaged and often ignored. In the 4 years I worked there we went through 20 different managers, so I definitely didn't care about certain lengthy procedures and was able to get away with a lot of shortcuts. Also, I guarantee you coffee shop/fast food employees cut corners when they are balls to the wall busy. I worked at a weed dispensary. I'd actually go upstairs myself and withdraw containers to weigh out more of what it was short on for strains we didn't have downstairs. By doing this, I eliminated the reason for our salespeople upstairs from having to call overhead set to get their X amount of Y strain, allowing the basement crew I worked with to just chill and goof around. Also allowed me to clean during closing shift without being interrupted. And I put a piece of paper up on the wall of the prices of everything we sold, so I didn't have to ask the salespeople upstairs through mic for when I had to answer the phone, and make them as brief as possible cause I dislike phone convos. I also became pretty proficient at burning our access cardboard from our products that kept coming in. Was a nice opportunity to just be by myself. Don't even know what my position was. I weighed weed. I was a janitor. I'd sweep and clean downstairs and upstairs. I'd identify weed that had mold for our lab guy. My basement manager and other managers would get me to smoke weed that wasn't in the database to get a test on how it tastes and the effects on the job, and test edibles. I'd also go for food and drink runs for lunch, etc. I'd be the one dude taking the initiative to take out trash and recycling so no one would ask to do it. And I guess I was a receptionist as well, because sometimes I'd be the guy answering the phone as well on occasion. Part of client delivery for my job involves delivering massive spreadsheets, which have to be formatted a particular way and curated against previous versions of the same spreadsheets to make sure we aren't giving the client repeated information. It's exactly as boring as it sounds anyway. When I was pretty junior we had a crunch period with a couple of senior team members out on maternity leave. And my boss asked me if I'd help with the spreadsheets. I was very eager to please, but also very lazy, so my reaction was basically sure, sheet. I didn't know the first thing about Excel, but I did know that it's designed to let you automate most repetitive database tasks. So I taught myself how to use COUNTIF and VLOOKUP, and then I ran a training seminar on Excel to teach the rest of my team how not to drive themselves insane with manual curacy on as well. I like to tell people I'm the kind of lazy where, if you give me 5 hours to do a boring, repetitive task, I'll spend 4.75 hours figuring out how to automate it, so it can be done in 15 minutes. Anyway, now whenever we have spreadsheets my manager says tell generally _ to cast expelliarmus, and then I have to look up for an hour. This wasn't so much lazy as criminally simplistic. I worked for a company managing a support team with a 24-hour emergency line. We'd rotate among the group, myself included. We had encryption on all our laptops that would need a 40-character challenge key, then another 40-character response to decrypt if the user forgot their password, which happened a few times a month. The people calling in were often English as a second language, and unfortunately we didn't speak their native language, so communication could be challenging. Making things more complicated, calls were often over satellite or radio phone, which would necessitate repeating sections of the phrase or the entire phrase, if it was a particularly bad connection, using the phonetic alphabet for every letter. The whole process could take 40 minutes, and was frustrating for everyone. This is how I'd been taught to handle the issue. This is what I was led to believe was the only way to handle the issue. Fast forward 10 months, and I'm sitting at my desk as the emergency phone rings. A coworker answers, calms down the guy on the other end, and the next thing I hear him say is, "Okay, can you take a picture of the screen that's open and email it to me from your phone?" Cue a massive head slap on my endpoint sigh. I've studied programming for 3 years now, and at one point, we had a couple of exams coming up that were loosely connected regarding language and tasks. So before the first exam, I made a template containing every possible function we'd probably have to write anyway in a few hours. When the first exam came, I basically had 90% of the work done, and instead of stressing out for 3 hours, I just had to simply connect and adapt them. I made them in such a way that I could easily adapt them during future projects, so I ended up using the same template for every exam and expanded it after every exam. Generally this meant I was able to do the hard work at ease for a few hours and managed to combat my anxiousness during exams that way as well. The exams were pretty easy doing it like that point, but here's the twist. Our teacher not only allowed self-made templates, he also allowed the entire class to use others' templates, so long as they agreed. I didn't really care if someone else used it, so I put it in our class's repository, hoping some improvements and feedback could be in store from the rest. Turns out about half the class used my template, so they were the lazy ones. I didn't mind it. In fact, I took more as a compliment. Moral of the story: give the lazy anxious guy the prep work, then take it away, and have 90% of the work already done for you. This will probably be drowned in the sea of comments, but whatever. Also I'm on mobile, so I'm sorry for typos. I was reading some light novels and saw that they were hiring translators. Normally I would have just skipped it, since I don't really have any translating experience, but I needed money at the time and they just paid via PayPal per chapter, so I could quit at any time. So I got on. They sent me some chapters and I started thinking of ways of translation. What I found is that I can pop it into Google Translate and then spend a couple hours fixing mistakes. It wasn't a good way of earning money, but it was good enough for me. After about 2 months of doing this, I stumbled upon a video by CodeBullet. He makes a lot of AI stuff, and I thought how maybe I can make one for translating. I placed my unfixed chapter as input and the fixed one as the testing material. This is very simplified, but it's better than explaining. I should add that the series that was being translated was a Finnish series and we were pumping out chapters every day, so the AI had a good amount of data to train with. So after a couple thousands of generations the AI was okay. It wasn't perfect, but it was able to reduce my 1 to 2 hour checking into a 10 to 15 minute checking. The whole translation thing got me a good £500 and I would say it was a nice success. Note, this was a year ago, so I don't have any contacts to the translating site and I switched computers since then, and don't have any clue whether the AI is still existing on an old hard disk or not. TLDR, I was spending hours fixing Google translation errors, so I made an AI that reduced it to 15 minutes. I do it work, standard help desk, desktop support, admin, analyst, promotion process between companies. Everyone needs to learn basic coding, even just Excel formulas. I've turned more 10-page install processes into a batch script, run from my desk without interaction beyond inputting the PC name and specifying any location or role specific changes to the install, so it pulls the right config file I saved off a PC already configured. At my current role, I started with several manual tasks for file cleanup, checking if we got reports from a vendor, etc. Maybe 2 hours each morning was that process. Now we get emails reporting on if the process ran /report exists /etc point instead, and I can use that time for other tasks which my team appreciates. Recently, we had a server that hated resuming ingestion tasks after a restart for patching. We were tens of hours into a monitoring process involving the knock and more. We ended up putting a PowerShell script that emailed the team when the server restarted, then found any reports that were stuck ingesting and reset them. Haven't had an issue since. Another task is to remediate some accounts, so now I have a PowerShell script to pull account data and report out, including password expiration date /time, from manual checks and updates to one function. And unpoint, if you are in a Windows domain, get into PowerShell for common tasks. Next thing for me is seeing how to link into our application APIs with PowerShell or Python to automate processes. I had a job analyzing performance data reported from our products that were signed up for remote monitoring. As an intern, I was still in college, and let's say I didn't have a slew of skills. Also, I was part-time working 20 to 25 hours. The task was like this: run a program to generate the charts for products. Would take a couple minutes per product because of data digging in a large log. Individually open the chart in Excel, review the chart, comment on performance in a tracking spreadsheet. Repeat for every assigned product and do again next week. So in the beginning, I was tasked with only a few hundred to do. The chart generating program would run over the weekend. I will start on Monday. Each product would take on average 1 to 3 minutes to open, review and comment. Extrapolate that out to a few hundred products, 400 to 600, and there's my week in a nutshell. One fine week I get the news they want to expand the number 1 review over a couple of weeks to almost 10,000. I raise concerns about it and not having time, but I'm an intern, so my voice isn't the loudest. At 10,000 products I would be looking at doing this full time for a whole month straight to get 1 report done. Anyway, I spent my own free time learning to program and VBA. I pulled a couple classic all-nighter and programmed what I like to call a filter program. My program did 3 basic things. It basically analyzed the data statistically and reported back some key parameters. I set the parameter filters conservatively such that all that negatively performing product would be caught, and all good performing products that were close to borderline negative were also caught. What I found was I was catching about 10% of the assigned product with my filter. This is important. My program also wrote the applicable comments into the tracking spreadsheet, which saved me time. Lastly, the program looped through all caught products in my filter, displayed the chart and an input box to type a shortcut key that would either confirm the condition or clear it in the spreadsheet. With all that being said, I could review 8 to 10 products per minute of my own time. So when I finally hit the 10,000 product workload I would get about 1,000 products to review. The chart program would take about 4 days to run. My analysis program would take about 2 hours. My review, another 2 hours. It blew my mind how much time I saved. For those interested, I did come clean to my boss on my program. He was super impressed. We worked together to make it more efficient, meaning I now learned to program on the clock. Eventually we submitted the work to an internal competition, and we won amongst all other teams. I work for a global corporation with many divisions, so lots of fierce competition. In the end, after I got my degree, I was officially hired with about 20% pay increase over entry grade pay due to my performance as an intern. I'll add my piece to this nice pile. Point in school I would offer to do people's homework in exchange for money. My first period of the day was math and my teacher assigned stupid amounts of math homework to everyone, and not a single person in my class enjoyed the work at all. It was a tedious math program that took the trial and error method to receive a good grade as it was a computer program, so we never had physical copies and we could redo it 3 times in a row to try and get a better grade. Our math teacher sucked at teaching, and only a handful of people always got a good grade on the huge load of homework. Point I never cared for the math homework, and usually just dealt with my shitty grade, because I genuinely didn't care. But then my friend offered me money to do his work for him. I saw the opportunity in this, and asked for his login information for the program, and if I got a good grade I would get $10. We usually only had about 3 days or so to complete the homework on average, so I was able to take my time with it and decided to remember all the answers from my own homework after trial and error, and because of this I was able to get my friend a perfect score and get paid. Point a few days later I realized that I could assume the position of kingpin in this industry, and so I began to offer to do people's homework in exchange for money as long as I got them a good grade. We always had math class first, meaning I would offer to do the work for money during that period, get the logins for those who wanted my help, and I would hash out the deals during lunchtime in the middle of the day. Point I would get home and then trial and error my way through my own homework until I remembered all the answers, and by the time I was on the second or third set of homework I already knew every answer and was ensured to get them a good grade and my money. Eventually I was getting 6 to 9 different sets of people's homework a week and being asked to do it for them for prices as low as $10 to as high as $50. What was combined to be like 5 or 6 hours of work I was able to shorten to about 45 minutes to an hour. I did all this during the final half of the school year and made over $700. Years and years ago I worked at Hershey's, and one of our jobs was to fill those plastic candy cane tubes with Hershey Kisses. This was the process of filling the tubes. You were given a cardboard box filled with plastic tubes. You would take the box on a push cart over to a machine that would tip a barrel of Hershey Kisses over and fill the tubes, essentially overflowing. Point you would take this back to the line where you had a table next to a conveyor belt. You would take a tube of Kisses out of the box and place it on a scale to make sure it was the proper weight. You would adjust the weight by adding or removing Kisses. Once you had the proper weight you would take a candy cane top and place it on the tube, then place the tube on the conveyor belt, which would carry it to the wrapping and packaging section of the line. The daily quota for boxes in an 8-hour shift was maybe 11 boxes. I just so happened to be working with a really cute girl and I wanted to flirt with her by racing to see who could make the most boxes. I figured out that when you placed a plastic tube of Kisses on the scale, that the needle would bounce a certain consistent amount before settling. I learned quickly that a certain bounce would always equal a certain weight. So instead of slowly placing the cane on the scale and watching the needle bounce back and forth until finally slowing to the weight, like most of my coworkers were doing, I would drop the cane on the scale, it would bounce, and I knew instantly how much candy needed to be removed or added. The top would go on, the candy cane on the belt, and on to the next point. Since I had the cute coworker to encourage me to impress her, I jammed. She and I made 17 boxes one day. While we thought we were being clever, we managed to piss off the entire line because we raised the daily quota. Oops. I just didn't understand why nobody else had figured this out. This isn't exactly laziness, but I think it belongs here. I got hired at Target to unload trucks. While we push the boxes down the line, we are also picking boxes up and sorting them into their appropriate pallet behind us for about 3 hours straight. I'm at the front of the line, in charge of food and beverage. The boxes of food range from 5 pounds all the way up to 40 pounds for flour. The beverages are all 20 to 50 lbs. I'm a pretty small guy. 5 feet 5 inches 130 pounds, and when I first started working there I couldn't even lift 50 pounds. I don't know why I was even hired, since I told them this on the application and during the interview, so I used to ask people to help me with the heavy stuff. Eventually I started using gravity and momentum to do all the work for me. When I got a heavy box I would quickly slide it towards me off the conveyor belt and let that sideways momentum help me keep it up during that 1 second that I'm putting it on the pallet. And when I need to stack boxes up high, I'll let the box drop down a bit so I can swiftly swing it upwards without having to push its full weight up, like I'm gently throwing the boxes. These habits started from me being too weak, but after working there for over a year I'm able to lift 50 pounds, though it's my limit, and I still do this for all boxes, not just heavy ones. It's just so much easier to use momentum instead of actually lifting everything. It's also made me the fastest and loader in the store, because this method is impossible to do slowly. PS, I'm very careful not to strain my ligaments when I'm swinging heavy boxes up high. I don't just let my arms go limp, I keep my elbows bent 90 degrees, and I'm very conscious of my posture, with all power coming from my core. On the rare occasion that I have to slowly lift something up high or grab a heavy item off a high shelf, I always use ladder to ensure I never lift my elbows higher than my shoulders because, fun fact, holding heavy objects while the humerus is abducted past 90 degrees causes the AC joint to compress the C7 nerve, which can lead to tendonitis, nerve pain similar to carpal tunnel, or loss of fine motor function in the hands over time. Source: Massage School. 10 years ago I moved to the project controls reporting team, where we would produce reports for the shareholders. The report consisted of gathering data from the respective departments, put them in certain formats, PDF them and put them in PowerPoint slides. The current team would prepare such a report for 1 week and the shareholders would always get the update 1 week late. As a new guy in the team, they dumped the assignment to me. When I looked at the process my head started swelling. So many steps. I was too lazy to do all that. I always find ways to make my life easier. I studied the rules, the steps of preparing the report, sources, owners of the data, sat at my computer, started automating the steps that are automatable, i.e. performed at the computer, and do not require human factor. The template was ready for a data dump. Gathering the data from the source required a human factor. The data owners agreed to send the data 1 day earlier, Thursday. Received the data on Thursday noon, dumped it into the template and the report was ready within a few seconds. I gave myself 30 to 60 minutes to verify the accuracy point. It took me 4 weeks to get to this level. The report is now done within 1 hour. After receiving the data point, first I would send the data on a usually agreed day. Next Friday, I would sit around doing nothing for 1 week. My junior year of high school I had chemistry and we were learning how to convert moles to atoms and so on. I honestly forgot already, but our teacher wanted us to use this complicated equation to solve it. I was too lazy to do all those steps, and it was so confusing, so I just found an easier way to solve it, which was always right, so I stuck to it. The teacher didn't understand the way I did it though, so she told me, if you use this in the test I will give you a 0. I got so faking pistol mayo, but for my homework I wrote down every single faking step on what I did and dumbed it down as much as possible. I even added, my sister, who is in 8th grade, was able to understand this with ease. Why can't you? She let me use the formula after that. Another scenario of this happened my sophomore year, I believe. In math 2, we were finding the distance to each point, and we had to use all these steps just to find the answer, which I found so damn annoying, so I just decided to simplify the steps and just place both points I had down, and use the same technique that you would use to find the next number in an arithmetic sequence. Easy. Asked me teacher called it the Jesus method, and said if you're too lazy to do all this work, just use the Jesus method. This will probably get buried as there's so little detail that I can actually give, but a lot of examples I found a method of doing a task that was faster, cleaner, and had a higher degree of accuracy than our current method. Unfortunately, my boss doesn't understand the newer, more efficient method. So the old method has been forced into procedures as she's incapable of her own job or learning. Another example of this is that she's come up with 0 improvements to the department in the 6 years she's been here. I've held the 3rd highest number of improvement/suggestions in the company, most of which have been ignored. Some have been adopted as standard practice. It got to the stage where people were bypassing my boss and talking directly to me. I don't know why they did this, but I imagine that it's because I'd always give them a straight answer. The business manager had to get involved to stop people bypassing my boss and to go through the proper channels. So yeah, that happened though. And yes, I'm far lazier than my boss. I turn up later than her, and I often leave earlier. But then again, all my work beats the deadline set. This is my entire career. I'm lazy and hate to exert more brain power or labor than is necessary. I work in the supply chain, focusing on procurement right now. But I've found myself in different aspects of the supply chain throughout my career. I moved to a new company about a year ago. A major aspect of procurement is analyzing what we need vs what we have, and making sure that purchasing takes place. I had a report that I could run that would show me the discrepancy, but it didn't show me if there was already a product on order. For every item I showed as a need, we would have to manually look up the open orders. That seemed pretty silly to me, since all of the data exists in the system. We just needed to get it all into one place. I had the report revised to display the quantity on order. Great, now I don't have to look up every part, I can just filter out what's already on order. But what if I need the item soon, and it's not here yet? Great, it's on order, but what order? What vendor? Who do I need to contact to get the status? Again, all the data is in the system, but we would manually look it up. I had the report revised again to show me the PO and vendor name if there was stock on order already. No more manually looking up orders to expedite. Now I'm looking for a way to have the report revised again so that it will tell me what vendor we last purchased from. My goal as a manager is to automate myself out of a job. Mostly because I'm lazy and want my job to be as easy as possible. But I also want my staff to be empowered to work without needing my guidance as much. To do that, I improve processes and automate as much as I can. Okay, so I heard this one from a friend and I definitely have not been involved/had the idea for this one point. My friend, learning at this tech company, basically lost his teacher due to really bad working conditions and no one really felt responsible for him and the other trainees in terms of giving them real task. So the whole day basically was paid free time with people randomly appearing in the room and checking if everyone was busy. The room with all the trainees had a 50 meters long hallway in front of it with offices that didn't really have any relationship to us. I mean to them and my friend. Obviously, so every time someone would check on them, they had to walk down this long as a hallway. One of the trainees had the glorious idea of drilling a small hole in the door on eye height and holding a phone to it to look through, just for sheets and giggles. My friend, being the genius he is, and having the idea of running TeamViewer on the phone while it is running the camera. This went through a lot of iterations and ended up being a phone disguised as a random box laying next to the door with a charging wire cleverly hidden and running a RIP webcam app that streams the image over the network. The box contained a third printed holding mechanism at the exact height of a small already existing screw hole. At least one person basically had to play security person every day and had to alarm the other people if someone approached. The camera of the phone was pretty shit, but they became so good at recognizing who walked down the hallway that they could instantly know who the person coming was. Surely there was quite a lot of room for improvement, but for what it was, it worked surprisingly well. While the other guys used their time doing random shit, my friend learned developing games, and it paved his way for the future. It's a well-known concept in engineering that the solution that requires the least work and least components is generally the most cost-effective and efficient. For example, let's say you want to design a control system for your car wipers that turns on and off periodically. The overachieving engineer will reach out to technology like a programmable microcontroller, design the program, implement it with assembly language or equivalent, and then connect the microcontroller to peripherals that will then send an on/off signal, a voltage or current, to yet another circuit that will turn a servo on and off. The second circuit is needed because a microcontroller does not have the specifications to work with large currents or voltages as would be required by the servos that control the wipers. The lazy engineer will simply set up an RC circuit with a switch. Resistors and capacitors are very cheap and require no programming. The output of the circuit would then be sent to the servos directly. The capacitor charges and discharges over time from an input voltage. No programming and no microcontroller is needed. This solution saves time, effort, money, and complexity. That's the lazy engineer coming up with a cheap and great solution that requires little work. That's what Bill Gates was talking about. Para las vacations de fin de año trabajé en una empresa en donde teníamos que mover varias calles bastante largas de rolas de papel. Los que tenían más tiempo trabajando en la empresa levaban dos rolas de papel uno en cada hombro y había que descargar un contenedor entero. Yo, un chico pequeño de estatura y flaco, no aguantaba con dos. Y me di cuenta que para descargar el contenedor se llevaría mucho tiempo y esfuerzo. No estaba dispuesto a realizar. Me di cuenta que unos carritos cabían en la empresa que se usaban para transportar máquinas, cabían las calles, con un poco de ayuda no se querían. Y tomé una acuda, me tomaba 2 minutos en bajar, colocar en el carrito las calles y seguirlas con la acuda, levaba aproximadamente 9 calles en un viaje y en total me tomaba aproximadamente 7 minutos. 9 calles, desde las bajaba del contenedor hasta colocarlas en su lugar en la bodega. Al principio mis compañeros incluso mi jefe se rendí por la forma en que lo hacía. A los 15 minutos de estar levando calles se dieron cuenta de los beneficios. No hace tanto esfuerzo físico, más eficacia en el trabajo, por lo tanto más descanso, por lo que todos mis compañeros incluso mi jefe me imitaron y en menos de la mitad del tiempo en que se descargaba el producto ya habíamos terminado. Y estábamos comiendo pizza, que uno de los jefes compró por nuestra eficacia. No recibí aumento en beneficios pero quedé satisfecho y en próximos trabajos importantes que solo algunas clevaban más de un año trabajando realizaban. Me llamaban para ayudar, un vacacionistas en experiencia laboral en empresas. English, XD, traductor sorry. For the end of the year holidays, I works in a company where we had to move several rather long boxes of rolls of paper. Those who had been working in the company for the longest time carried 2 rolls of paper, one on each shoulder, and a whole container had to be unloaded. I, a small and skinny boy, could not stand 2, and I realized that unloading the container would take a lot of time and effort that I was not willing to make. I realized that in some carts that were in the company, which were used to transport machines, fit the boxes, with a little help they would not fall, and I took a rope. It took me 2 minutes to go down, place the boxes in the cart and secure them with the rope. I had approximately 9 boxes in a trip, and in total it took me approximately 7 minutes, 9 boxes, from when I took them down from the container, to place them in their place in the warehouse. At first my colleagues and even my boss laughed at me for the way I did it. 15 minutes after carrying boxes, they realized the benefits, not doing so much physical effort. Greater efficiency at work, therefore more rest. For which all my colleagues including my boss imitated me, and in less than half the time the product was downloaded we had finished, and were eating pizza, which one of the bosses bought for our efficiency. I did not receive an increase or benefits, but I was satisfied, and in next important jobs, that only some who had been working for more than a year, called me to help, a vacationer without work experience in companies. I worked as a framing carpenter years ago. We were installing round top windows. The foreman was an asshole and didn't trust anyone to mark and cut the half round out of the top. So he comes over and shoos us away, makes some fancy calculations, marks our several points around the cutout, hand traces his line, and spends 20 minutes with a jigsaw mangling the plywood. In all it took about 45 minutes to cut one window top out. I walk up as he's starting out, borrow my buddy's tape, measure the width of the window, mark the highest point of the window, drop a nail on one side of the window, pull the half width, If the window from each nail, mark my pivot where they intersect with a nail. Then, use this pivot to pull the tape from the side point to mark around for the cut line. I pull the skill saw over, start cutting and use an up and down sawing motion with the skill saw, keeping the edge of the saw table in contact with the wood to make the turns in the round cut. Total time, 10 minutes when I finished 4 windows to his 1, and he went off in a storm swearing and yelling and muttering to himself the rest of the day. Point next house in the development. He shoos everyone away, calls me over, and asks me how I did it. Edit spelling and clarity. This seems pretty simple, but loading silverware into the dishwasher. My wife loads it all haphazardly. Spoons with knives. Forks with spoons. Pizza cutter in with tongs. It's a mess. And then we have big forks and little forks, big spoons and little spoons. It took her like 5 minutes to unload that silverware caddy. I suggested, now hear me out, putting all the same size and type of utensil in its own divider in that caddy. That way one can simply pull out all the clean knives and place them right in the silverware caddy in the utensil drawer. No more fumbling and sorting. Took me a minute tops to unload that caddy. She still loads it with wild abandon, and it's been more than 10 years since I suggested it. Point another one is with Christmas lights. She got tired of plugging in 3 Christmas trees, 1 main tree and 2 pencil trees in bedrooms, lighted garland on the mantle, garland over some doorways, and all the outdoor lights. An easy, but tedious task. I suggested buying smart plugs and automating the whole thing. Maybe a $150 investment that would save hours of your life in the long run. Plugging and unplugging, day after day, year after year, Christmas season after Christmas season. $150 was too much. I did it anyway. Takes like 15 to set up once a season. One of the best investments I ever made. Series of events. I unexpectedly became secretary of the bowling league I was in at the bowling alley where I worked. Point the game scores and statistics for all the players were contained in a notebook. Each player had 1 page where their weekly scores were totaled and the average plus remaining average from here out was listed. Each week the previous secretary would write out everyone's names, total pins, total games, average and team average. I have muscle and nerve damage in my hands, which would take over an hour just to write out, let alone all the calculations and journaling in the notebook. There exists many pay services and such out there, but I wasn't being paid to do this, so I turned to Google Sheets. About 60 hours later I had completed several spreadsheets to facilitate my tasks and they were double checker, allowed me to enter a vertical list of the handicaps and scores of the players off of the paper score sheet. The corresponding values were transposed to a fake score sheet on the screen, so I could hold up the paper copy to confirm all of the additions. Player statistics should be simple, right? What if people don't show up, or one of the teams has 10 players on their 4-person team, because each week half of them show up and casually decide who's going to bowl? I now had to add checks to make sure the total game count only goes up if they played. I was able to graph players' weekly progress and other cool things though. Team scores and schedule. Here I recorded the weekly team scores, 3 games and total pins, 2 points for a win, and 1 each for a tie, by just inputting how many points each team got each week. Super easy. Just putting in 12 values between 0 and 8. If you've ever tried to schedule a 12-team league over 30 weeks you know that you can't have each team play each other once. To help that happen there would be weeks where the first place team was on lane 1, second place lane 2 and so on. This allowed the lower ranking teams, the best players were actually on the last place team due to 100% handicaps, to try and get some winning points. Well, half of them lol. I was able to automate this process which brought us to the payout. How did I use all this beautiful data? More sheets. These two had the information that I printed out each week. Some of the data was just updated weekly. Who won the optional weekly pools for high over average, mark pool and orange pin and season. N record for highest single and triple game score, but the majority was pulled from the other sheets. Weekly schedule. It had the weekly standings of the teams, first to last place, points win and loss, results of the aforementioned pools including dollar amount, season records, plus which lane each team was on, and who they were playing. Player stats. The second printout, multiple pages, listed the player data. It displayed each team, with team handicap, and the bowler's total game/total pin/average with substitutes at the end point. It took about 3 weeks to code between working at the bowling alley, convenience store and doing construction jobs, but it reduced a 4-hour weekly task to about 45 minutes. I saved a net time of more than 30 hours for the 30-week season, or just over an hour a week. This might not seem much, but everything was legible and most importantly accurate. Plus, when it came to setting everything up next year, it only took a couple hours to get everything going. Our September to June league was terminated in March of this year, Governor Baker's orders due to COVID, but I hope to restart it this September. Average plus remaining is done, so you know how close you are to increasing/decreasing your average. If you bowl 75, 75, 80, your 3-game average would be 75.5. This is much easier to explain to you than it was to sheets you buy in $1 each week, and if you get a certain number of marks, strikes/spares, you get a percentage of the mark pool. I don't remember them, but basically stuff like 5 in a game gets you 10% plus 5% for every extra mark. 3 in a row gets 10% plus 5% for every successive mark. Each lane has 19 white pins and 1 orange pin. If the orange pin is the head pin and you get a strike, then you win the pool. Every other reset has a 10% chance of that happening. For redundancy, I copied the data from the printouts into a notebook, as had been done for decades before me. This allowed anyone to pick up if anything happened to me. Unlike the other data entry and coding, I was able to do this at the alley between customers. This might seem weird, but because I was being paid for it, don't consider it towards the weekly time spent on the league point edit formatting. I'm guessing this is folklore, but it's a good example. A toothpaste factory had a problem. They sometimes shipped empty toothpaste boxes without the tube inside. This challenged their perceived quality with the buyers and distributors. Understanding how important the relationship with them was, the CEO of the company assembled his top people. They decided to hire an external engineering company to solve their empty boxes problem. The project followed the usual process: budget and project sponsor allocated, RFP, and third parties selected. 6 months and $8 million later, they had a fantastic solution, on time, on budget, and high quality. Everyone in the project was pleased. They solved the problem by using a high-tech precision scale that would sound a bell and flashlights whenever a toothpaste box weighed less than it should. The line would stop. Someone would walk over, remove the defective box, and then press another button to restart the line. As a result of the new package monitoring process, no empty boxes were being shipped out of the factory point, with no more customer complaints. The CEO felt the $8 million was well spent. He then reviewed the line statistics report and discovered the number of empty boxes picked up by the scale in the first week was consistent with projections. However, the next 3 weeks were 0. The estimated rate should have been at least a dozen boxes a day. He had the engineers check the equipment. They verified the report as accurate. Puzzled, the CEO traveled down to the factory, viewed the part of the line where the precision scale was installed, and observed just ahead of the new $8 million solution sat a $20 desk fan blowing the empty boxes off the belt and into a bin. He asked the line supervisor what that was about. "Oh, that," the supervisor replied, "but the kid from maintenance put it there because he was tired of walking over to restart the line every time the bell rang." I saw this story a long time ago. A toothpaste factory had a problem due to the way the production line was set up. Sometimes empty boxes were shipped without the tube inside. People with experience in designing production lines will tell you how difficult it is to have everything happen with timing so precise that every single unit coming off of it is perfect 100% of the time. Small variations in the environment, which cannot be controlled in a cost-effective fashion, mean quality assurance checks must be smartly distributed across the production line so that customers all the way down to the supermarket won't get frustrated and purchase another product instead. Understanding how important that was, the CEO of the toothpaste factory gathered the top people in the company together. Since their own engineering department was already stretched too thin, they decided to hire an external engineering company to solve their empty boxes problem. The project followed the usual process: budget and project sponsor allocated, RFP, request for proposal, third parties selected, and 6 months, and $8 million. Later a fantastic solution was delivered, on time, on budget, high quality, and everyone in the project had a great time. The problem was solved by using high-tech precision scales that would sound a bell and flashlights. Whenever a toothpaste box would weigh less than it should, the line would stop, and someone had to walk over and yank the defective box off the line, then press another button to restart the line. A short time later, the CEO decided to have a look at the ROI, return on investment, of the project. Amazing results. No empty boxes ever shipped out of the factory after the scales were put in place. There were very few customer complaints, and they were gaining market share. That was some money well spent, he said, before looking closely at the other statistics in the report. The number of defects picked up by the scales was 0 after 3 weeks of production use. How could that be? It should have been picking up at least a dozen a day, so maybe there was something wrong with the report. He filed a bug against it, and after some investigation, the engineers indicated the statistics were indeed correct. The scales were not picking up any defects, because all boxes that got to that point in the conveyor belt were good. Perplexed, the CEO traveled down to the factory and walked up to the part of the line where the precision scales were installed. A few feet before the scale, a $20 desk fan was blowing any empty boxes off the belt and into a bin. Puzzled, the CEO turned to one of the workers who stated, "Oh, that one of the guys put it there cause he was tired of walking over every time the bell rang. $8 million vs $20. Money well spent." There's a story I know which I can't say for certain is true, but is at least very relevant point. So this is supposed to have happened at a factory in Mexico, where they made toothpaste. Thing is, the process wasn't all that perfect. Every once in a while, a box would not get a tube in it when it should, and would then make it to the end of the line, empty. Just an empty box with no toothpaste in it. Since boxes were stacked by a machine, some shipments would have an empty box, and it was up to the store to catch this, or else an empty box would make its way to the shelves. So, the company decided to hire a firm to redefine the manufacturing process to prevent this from happening. After much consideration, they decide to add a scale at the end of a conveyor, so that if a box is empty, the scale would weigh it, and notice it's empty. The line would stop, and sound a kind of alarm, at which point, a worker would have to go, remove the empty box from the line and push a button to restart it. It was costly but well worth it. So it's done. They have some analytics on this, and realize this happens about 3 times a day, at least for the first week. After that, it's down to 0. It just stopped happening. Management was concerned that the scale broke or something, so they went to check. They find the guy in charge of removing the empty boxes half asleep on a chair, so they wake him up and ask him what's going on, demanding to know why there's 0 empty boxes all of a sudden. And he says something like, "Well, truth be told, I didn't like having to pay attention to the alarm and then getting up to remove the box and restart the line, so I bought a cheap fan, brought it here, plugged it in, and placed it by the side of the conveyor, a little before the scale. So if the box is empty, the fan just blows it away, it doesn't get to the scale then doesn't register it, and it just keeps working. At the end of the day I get the boxes that got blown off the conveyor and put them away." Management couldn't believe it took a $5 fan to do a better job than a complicated and expensive solution.